we're doing a good job faking it.
Here we are.
It's a long one. It's definitely a hard one. You know, when you tee it up in that first hole, you have to hit a perfect drive. You're going to make bogey.
Yeah, it's intimidating. You've got those 3 big bunkers that are looking at you from the fairway. But if you miss that tee shot, then obviously you're just trying to scramble for a 4.
The green is pretty narrow, which makes it challenging. It kind of slopes right to left, so you got to hit 2 really quality shots. You got to look for birdie there.
It's just a relentless golf course, and it starts with the first hole.
So they're off and running. Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, and Tom Kim. Here's a look at their tee shots at the opening hole. Gary Christian, our eyes and ears on the ground, so to get a peek at what Hideki Matsuyama has to face.
Yes, thank you, Chantel. As is the case this week, the rough looks fairly lush, but most of the time the lies have been pretty decent, so Hideki's in no problem whatsoever. Just just a very stiff opening hole back in 2017. Only 33% of the field hit this green in regulation. Not exactly a gentle handshake.
Certainly not. When you see the scores produced from this morning wave, were you surprised knowing how saturated the course was? Listen, I know Saber at the greens, but certainly in the fairways that creates a little bit of a challenge.
Well, the quality of play is so good. It's a difficult golf course. We got the best players in the world, and you're going to get a mix of great scores, of not so good scores, and hopefully our group today will be in the former. I think there's every opportunity. Certainly Wyndham Clark's game is tailor-made for this golf course and has had success here before.
What are we looking at for wind today, Gary? From my reading, just a gentle southwesterly breeze. Is that picked up this afternoon?
Yeah, it's just picked up just a little bit. It's gentle. It's 5 to 10 miles an hour, so it's not really anything that's going to affect anything. But it's actually quite nice. Just keeps a little bit of circulation out here on quite a steamy day.
Yeah, 83 degrees. Drastic change from Monday to today. In fact, Monday, they weren't even allowing spectators on property. That's how wet and soggy it was. 61% humidity today. So welcome to sight to see a 10-mile-per-hour breeze coming through Quail Hollow.
Hopefully I won't ruin a pair of shoes like I did yesterday. So we're in good shape already.
Gore-Tex, baby.
Yeah.
Gary, who's first to play?
It looks like, well, on the yardage, Wyndham is first to play, just outside 200 yards. On a hole, everything runs towards the back edge from the middle. See a number of greens like this where there's a slightly raised area in the middle. It's slopes to the front half, it slopes to the back, and the back half. So these greens, even with 4 inches of rain, they have the sub-air system and they are firm. So he's going to have to land this, I think, short of middle.
So 204 for Wyndham's approach.
Well, we see that so many of the greens here at Quail Hollow, they slope off to the back part. He carries it a little shorter. He's in good shape, but not now.
And Hideki out of the cabbage.
196, or actually 197 for Hideki. Play the run here. Came out quite low. This going to run a long, long way here. Watch this one go.
Well, the thick rough behind the green saved it, Gary. That's doable from back there.
Well, Chantal, I'm not sure how many times we'll say this today. Tom Kim last to go after the tee shots.
My thoughts exactly.
He smoked it a yard past Matsuyama, so 196 for Tom. Again, short of middle spot you're looking for, and play for that release.
That will pump his tires to kick off the round.
Throw a blanket over those 3 balls over the green.
Steve, I'm going to call that a little bit of adrenaline there on the first hole of a major. All 3 of those, I think, missed their landing spots by a good 5 to 10 yards.
Now, one thing a lot of people were talking about coming into this major championship was angle of attack, angle coming into the greens. Steve, can you speak to that, of why, given the conditions that we're facing, that's so significant on these greens?
Well, it's more the fact that you've got to just put the ball in the fairway. Then you can shape it into the corners if you have to. But with the flag locations that we've seen today, that they're obviously gettable. Our lead's at 7 under par, and a host of other players at 4. So I'm quite frankly surprised the scores are this low on such a difficult driving golf course.
Just as a reminder, 8 under par was the winning score in 2017, obtained by Justin Thomas the last time that Quail Hollow Club hosted the PGA Championship. So there's a little perspective for you with Ryan Gerard now at 7 under par.
I didn't see that. Raise your hand if you saw 7 under par leading right now. Midway through the first round here at the PGA Championship.
Oh my goodness.
I think we really need to say thanks to Keith Wood and his entire staff here, the golf course superintendent at Quail Hollow. They have done an amazing job with all of the rain we've had thus far. He's in a note he sent to me. He said they turned on the sub-air last Friday in anticipation of all this rain, and it ran until this morning. So sub-air folks works. These are firm, fast greens after what, 4 inches of rain earlier this week.
Good cart golf, this group. Hideki with his 3rd.
Chantal, Hideki with by far the easiest chip of the lot here. Perfect lie, landing into an upslope. This is one you wouldn't be surprised if he scares the hole from here.
You know, Gary, Hideki is long and he's a good iron player, but he's had a fabulous short game to accompany it.
Yeah, it's always been a traditional strength that doesn't really get talked about, does it, Steve? Because his ball striking so good. He's perennially one of the best chippers on the PGA Tour.
Tom Kim's turn to go.
A little more awkward shot here for Tom. A little bit more grass growing to him, so there's a little bit more speed needed through the ball. Got to keep the speed up through the impact position. Short game has been much better the last few weeks.
We went right under it. Right under it.
Plenty left for an opening par for Tom. And Gary, with Wyndham right up against it, tell people at home what you have to do moving through the golf ball.
Well, you just got to keep everything moving. Anything stops, those hands are going to come in a little early. The club's going to bottom out a little early, and it's going to come out soft. So watch that body keep moving through the ball. Kind of stabbed it up there. Actually, that was the opposite. That was beautifully done.
Different ways to get to the hole.
You're just happy to make, you're happy to make 4 on the first hole here. Any way you can get there.
This putter, ever so popular, going back to when he won the U.S. Open a couple of years ago. Ricky Fowler kicked it off. The trend, the jailbird putter. It took off like wildfire. It's kind of moved on to a new trend in 2025. A lot of lab putters out there, but Wyndham's not going anywhere.
Players are always looking for any advantage they can get. It's always about the latest and greatest design. All right, this would be a good way to start. Knock this in for par and move on.
It's kind of one of those passes, and it could well set up a good front nine here if you can kind of escape after not a great chip. Straight up the hill from here.
Well done.
Well done. Tesori certainly knows this place very well, even though Tom Kim hasn't had as many walks around this ballpark. Paul, of course, former caddy of Webb Simpson, who calls this place home. Practice out of here often. Hideki Matsuyama in for par. No surprise that at the second hardest hole on property, only 5 birdies have been made there today as we charge on to the next par 4, playing 454, the second.
It is a beast of a hole. The golf course, when it opened in the early 60s, the first hole was a short 4 and 2 was a short 3 down the hill. They got rid of 2 and created this long third hole here, which plays 454 yards. You've gone from an easy first hole, easy second. Now you've got a very difficult third. Tendency here off this dogleg right is to go through, excuse me, dogleg left is to go through the fairway on the right. For a player like Hideki, he's got to hug that left side, perhaps go up over those trees you see at the corner, not unlike the tee shot at the first. Oh, he's going with 3-wood. So, Gary, he's going with less than driver.
Yeah, I think a wise idea, as you say, with that predominant shot shape. This hole is easier this week because of the soft conditions. With that camber, if it's firm, anything right to center will run into the rough. This week, that ball is not going to run very far when it hits, so it actually widens its fairway. It's kind of a little bit like Olympic Club, isn't it, Steve? Dog leg left, camber right.
Yeah, I call it reverse camber, exactly. It's a good thing, to your point, the fairways are soft. I've got about 18 inches of roll. No problem.
Finish on the gap. No problem getting to our number.
Now, the way Wyndham's looking, he is looking over this tree on the left corner, which will very much shorten this hole. You get this in the right spot, you're going to be going in probably with a wedge. So opportunity here to be aggressive.
There's so much talk about Scotty and Rory, but they both have complimented Wyndham Clark back when he did have a lot of consistency with driver. And maybe we'll see that on display today, Gary.
Well, his game is tailor-made for here, long and a good putter. So you have a good week with the driver and a good week with the putter. Wyndham Clark will certainly be in the mix come Sunday.
Caught the tree left. We didn't see where it came down, but he's got his work cut out for him now.
Looks like a similar line for Tom Kim, maybe just a little bit further right than that.
Yeah, less than driver here.
Just going to play it off of that corner tree.
No, I have one in here for you.
Gary, it looks like Tom Kim's worked on his routine. Remember how slow and deliberate it's become? It's a little pace to it now, finally.
Yeah, I covered him at the Amex, and it was painful to watch. There was so much thinking going on. So this is way better.
Certainly a point of emphasis with the PGA Tour cracking down on pace of play. We'll be back with more from the first round.
We still have no program. And I only hear myself in one ear. Chantel, you the same?
Correct. Yes. They told me to turn up the zoom knob too, which I did.
I did too, and it didn't.
It did not.
Yeah. This is tough. Sure.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Xander with victory at Quail Hollow. Bryson DeChambeau, another U.S. Open championship.
And the champion golfer of the year.
McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
Okay, some perspective from the second hole so far today in this opening round at this year's PGA Championship. And boy, oh boy, Wyndham Clark likes to put that distance on display.
Did he ever? Ball speed 194. And 337-yard uphill drive. That's pretty good.
To say the least. Well, Tom Kim got the best drive out of his system at the opening hole. And so he is well back, but of course elected for position play with less than driver, playing to his strengths. And by the way, I chatted with Paul Tesori and asked him, hey, you know, when Tom Kim gets to a course like this where you're just being plummeted with talk about length, he said, yeah, it's a little intimidating because of course, with all of the weather we face coming into this major, that's not helping the cause for guys who don't have that kind of Wyndham Clark distance. Bio here, 8 top 5 finishes on tour, those 3 PGA Tour wins. They came fast too for the 22-year-old. Gosh, he was 18 when he got on tour, a special temporary member, and he's become a fan favorite.
Well, Chantel, this is the challenge. If you hit 3-wood and you don't get it down the right side, you've got the big tree on the corner in the way, so he's going to have to hit a sweeping hook here from 200 yards.
With the ball below his feet, Gary, right?
And keeping it low.
Too many factors in this shot.
So the force from and the slope short of this green isn't a huge slope, so he can bounce it up and run it up there. Big feature of this course are big slopes short of the green. Oh, look at this. This is beautifully done. This is going to be really good.
That is so clever. Well done is right.
Running it all the way up to the green from 199 with those factors we outlined. Tom Kim should be pleased.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, he is. Hideki getting set. 157 is his number.
Yeah, a little bit more conventional here. It's just a good thump with a wedge for Hideki. Downwind. Let's see how this one reacts. There you go. Even with a short iron hit full, it still bounces forwards.
Seems disappointing, but he shouldn't be.
One never knows with Hideki from watching his reactions.
Wyndham sifting through the numbers. Just 98 yards after 337 here.
No, not 10 shy. I think it's going to still spin. Okay. So you want it just on top then? Yeah, what's this? 5, 10, 14, 78, 88, 92. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to just... I mean, are we playing help on this? Yeah, should be help. All right, 92. I like a 90 shot then. Okay, see that wind now is kind of pushing it to the right? To the right a little bit. If I finish on the tree, yeah. Money. Perfect. I love it.
So if I think he pitches this on top, I think this jumps forwards past the flag. Be interested to see if he can get any grip after that. I'm not sure if you can bring it back from this first cut. Yes, you can.
Can he ever? What a shot. What a drive. What a second shot.
Let's go back to what Tom Kim was able to produce from here.
I'm so impressed because he doesn't naturally hook the ball like that. Probably close the club face, put it back in his stance, and just played the most uniquely perfect shot here at the second green.
Well, since we showed it, let's focus on that for a second, Steve. I mean, they're both all animated about it. It's awesome. You're not practicing that. So how do you actually, in real time, tournament play, pull that off?
It's instinctive, it's intuitive, Chantel. These players, they practice at home, they play around, they fool around with stuff, and it's always in there. And they summon it at the right time, and he clearly did so there. That was superb.
These were some great memories. Boy, oh boy. Even if you're an American fan at the President's Cup, the passion just exploding from Tom Kim made everybody fall in love with him.
But I think it spurred more the U.S. team on than it did his team with his
you're right about
goings on there.
Yeah, crazy enough, he and Scotty Scheffler living in the Dallas area and practice, see each other. Uncle Tom is how he refers to himself with Baby Bennett, the Schefflers, and so they're friends, but not so much when it comes to President's Cup territory. And Scotty had some pointed words facing Tom. All right, the second hole has only produced 14 birdies today, playing no surprise over par. Me saying that plenty.
Get a sense we might add to it here, Chantel. 3 shots in great positions, uphill right to left for Hideki.
17.5 feet for birdie.
Chantel, I was talking to Paul Tesori before the round today. We were talking about Tom and just, you know, he struggled a little bit with his swing, and he'd spent a lot of time working on the swing, and then that took away from the short game in the putting. So it's almost like a little bit of whack-a-mole. You start to get the swing coming back, and then the short games went a little bit. So he's really dedicated himself to that part of the game, and everything feels like it's coming in at the right time. You know, his attitude's great, even though the results haven't been great. So that's a huge part of it. Quite a big swinger left to right here. This is a good 2 or 3 feet left.
12 feet in front of Tom to pick up his first birdie.
Well, they can't complain about the greens here. They are absolutely superb. There's Tiff Dwarf overseeded with Potriv. stepping about 12, and they are just stunningly good.
That's the beauty of not just the grounds crew being so meticulous, putting in overtime hours. I mean, somebody needs to do a feature on the sleep patterns and the health of these guys' major championship weeks. But certainly the sub-air plays a big role in getting this course ready to go.
Well, Chantel, Keith has called on a number of his friends in the world. He has 35 folks on his staff here, and he's got volunteers from all over the Carolinas, all over the world. Actually 45 on his staff. He's got 90 volunteers, so 135 staff and volunteers for this event.
A big thank you to them. 7 feet here for Wyndham to get on the board. Did you have any doubt, Gary? We didn't. This guy can be lethal. Back at his most recent win, Pebble Beach, record-setting fashion, albeit shortened due to the weather there. But boy, was that putting beautiful. And to think it could have even been better.
Indeed.
So Tom in for par. And we move on to the third hole, playing 488 today.
It is a straightaway, very difficult driving hole here. Very narrow in the landing area. That large bunker on the right protects the right side. If you go left, the large tree there basically blocks out your second shot to this green. Flagstick today in the back left. And again, you make par on this hole and you're very happy.
So far today, playing 4.35 as the scoring average. Only 3 birdies found, 29 bogeys, 3 doubles at the third.
And we watched Koepka today drive it right of the fence over there to the right, which is the practice area. I mean, it was a right-to-right shot, and that's what derailed Koepka in his round today.
Many big names falling victim to some big numbers. We can get into that later. Rory McIlroy, a ton of promise, over par.
Yeah, Koepka shot 4 over, par 71 here. So when you see 76.26 as the length of the golf course, it's a par 71, folks, with only 3 par 5s. That tells you the other par 4s are very long.
Stretched out 7,626 yards, new tee boxes.
And it's wet, Chantel. You get no roll in the fairway.
We'll just throw everything at you and the kitchen sink.
Yeah.
You want long? We got it.
And yet, if you look at the leaderboard, there are a lot of players who are not long who played a beautiful round of golf this morning.
Oh, we will dive into that juicy topic. Wyndham at the tee.
So Wynn a little bit down left to right. That's working towards the bunker, needs to sit.
Starting to shape the ball like Dustin Johnson used to do in his prime. There's a lot of curvature to it, Gary.
Yeah, it was easy to follow. A low squeezing cut there. It was actually fun to watch.
Quiet, please.
So the good news is for this, it's a difficult drive, but at least everything sets out below you, so you see everything. There's not anything hidden. And where that bunker pinches in, it's still close to 30 yards, so it's not too bad. It's just the length of the hole and the straightness of the hole, I think, makes this tricky.
Now Hideki.
Don't think there's a much wider stance in golf, is there? I was watching, it looked wider than I remember.
And it bent over at the waist as well.
Absolutely.
He has tugged this one. Okay, though.
Right up in that first cut.
Steve, it was a very Hideki warm-up this morning. So I watched him, and he had 4 driver shafts. He had an extra putter, and he actually had an extra 7-iron as well, which I couldn't quite figure out. So you never get. This was an hour before his tee-off time. It is a normal thing for him, but I've never seen anything quite like it.
I mean, this is a major too. This is not like you're playing some regular tour event somewhere.
Tom Kim set at the 3rd.
It's down the left side, and that's not coming back.
That's a double cross. And a bad one at that. Running down the cart path and left of it now.
Boy. Extra yardage, sailing left, and fans are unaware that they are right in the midst.
Yeah, look
identified.
I got a ball here.
Well, next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newton Square, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets yourself, visit PGAChampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon, so get in now.
No, nothing. No. No.
Can I hop in your Zoom settings? I think you already did.
I got a text to say turn off up the Zoom, and I did that. It didn't work. So the program audio music is coming from the Zoom knob too. I've turned it up there and nothing. I hear no background music. No nothing.
Yeah, neither of us have it on the Glenn sound. We both are hearing it through our computers. Okay, we know you're locked into Hideki, Wyndham, and Tom, but just a reminder, you can follow 4 different feature groups and holes on ESPN+. Watch your favorite players from tee to green, all 18 holes, the Green Mile, a full slate here on ESPN+.
Well,
okay, so let's show you what's happening with this tight tree-lined par 4, and Tom Kim took a little cart path ride, so he now will put some eyes on just exactly what he faces ahead for his approach. But no surprise, Wyndham Clark left with 171 here.
got to get lucky when you miss the fairway here. 1, if you're in the rough, is it a decent lie? And 2, a lot of trees around Quail Hollow. Well, credit Johnny Harris and his vision here. He likes to tell the story about a group of folks here in Charlotte that wanted to put a golf course together. This was land that was owned by Johnny's family, the Morrison family. Governor Morrison, North Carolina, owned this property. It was the largest dairy farm in the state, and so they had the availability of land. But it was Arnold Palmer who convinced Johnny and his friends that this could be a pretty special place to have a golf course.
We can always count on you for a good history lesson, Steve, which is just so cool when you think of whether it be TPC Sawgrass, whether it be here, what the property looked like versus the beauty and the test that it is in 2025. It's just crazy if you truly think about it.
It is. And what's really cool about it, there's a great membership here. If you go in the men's locker room, they have this big table in the middle of the locker room. and around it sits sort of the power brokers of Charlotte, and they call it the table of knowledge.
Okay, I am curious to learn more. But in the meantime, Tom Kim, gosh, it looks like he's just a fan about to hit up the beverage area.
I got good news, Shanto. At least this is not an overseeded area, so the lie's perfect.
How about that?
Here he's trying to figure out what he's going to do. It almost looks like Hideki may go first.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing too. So Hideki with 176 from that first cut.
Yeah, and that tree is just going to take it over the edge of it. Not a problem at all. Flag cut just over a little ridge. If you play this aggressively and miss it short side, it's not too bad. So this is an opportunity if you want to take it on. Certainly done that. It's just left of the hole.
Just like at the first.
That was the miss on the range. Just a little starting a little bit too far left and not coming back. So be interested to keep an eye on that.
Over to left, please. Thank you.
Now it looks like Tom. There were two options: trying to hit a low cut,
All right, buddy. You good? Yeah. All right.
or trying to take it up and over. I think it's going to be the low cut.
Hold really still, please.
We're looking right behind his sight line now, Gary. Where do you think he's headed? He looks like he's going up. He's got a lofted club here.
Yeah, there's an overhanging branch that I think he can get it under, but over. I think he's going low. There's a look of just the setup here.
Oh my!
Came up short of the green. That in a minute. Don't forget about Wyndham.
So this is that great example, isn't it, of the advantage of overwhelming power. See in the last hole, and now this one, you take that bunker out of play.
Yeah, there it is. Now left, right. Either way, it did change our shot. It's just a solid 9-iron finishing between the flag and the 3.
So the wind actually is coming left to right, and the flag on the green was going right to left. So that was how they backed off there.
Leave it. Oh. Oh.
Well done.
It's a nice dynamic. John Ellis, who was his assistant coach when he transferred to Oregon to finish his collegiate career, and decorated one at that, decided to leave the college ranks and get on the bag for Wyndham. They've been together ever since, and a really comfortable duo. I mean, it's like a father figure to this 2023 U.S. Open champion. Speaking of using that power and using that putter, certainly Los Angeles Country Club got to see that.
It was a brilliant display of ball striking at LACC. You know, it's nice that the world now has seen LACC. For years, you know, it was very difficult to get on, very private, but they showed the golf world just how great the course is, and Wyndham took full advantage.
His maturity has come a long way. I remember covering him in college, and let's just say, when the anger rose, the clubs did not stay in the bag.
So, quick trigger, is that what you're telling me, Chantel?
You read my mind. A little look at his major championship history since capturing that coveted trophy.
There's nothing there, is there? It's amazing. It's a head scratcher.
So nothing that you can kind of put your finger on. Is it just the release of getting that first one, and then you're trying to improve different things, and that bleeds and leaks, and you're not as sharp at what makes you the best?
I have a sense that when his long game goes bad, his driver goes bad, that creates the problems. But like today's off to a great start, and if he keeps driving it like that, it makes the play of Quail Hollow a little easier.
This is what we're looking at. Hideki over the green. Tom Kim did get into that greenside bunker, so that's where he'll play his third after being well left off the tee, Gary.
Yeah, Tom's left been in a great spot right here. Plenty of green to work with. Pretty simple shot. Just dump it out, let it run to the hole.
The sand here at Quail Hollow is called Spruce Pines 55, and rumor has it, it comes from the same source of the mine that provides the sand down at a tournament in Augusta, Georgia.
So coy, Steve.
That's a very similar chip to the one he had on the back of one for Hideki. As I said, short-sided, really wasn't that hard here. Pitching into an upslope, good lie.
Okay.
Few feet coming back. Going back to the comment you made about the sand, Steve, that's one thing I've always wondered. We talk so much about the greens, what happens with the rough when it rains, but what happens with the nature of the sand? I mean, how do you manage that?
Well, I used to be in the business. We built a number of golf courses and own and operate them. This sand here is great sand. It's G-angle sand, which means it packs beautifully. And when you get rain like they've had today, they got great drainage in the bunkers. The sand becomes tighter and tighter. It's actually easy to play from, both from the fairway bunkers and bunkers around the green. They're not fluffy, but they're firm. And good bunker players like firm sand.
I knew you'd be the guy to ask.
Years of experience.
And generally, Steve, everything collects to the bottom. Everything's a steep face. Everything's packed there, so it rolls to the bottom. And actually, it gets better as the day goes on because the caddies are raking. It goes from sort of a machine raked at the start of the day to enough players been in there. It gets that lovely, softer feeling where you could ball really sits up. This one coming right to left for Wyndham. Not a good look.
Yeah, 26 feet here for a guy who is positive in strokes gained putting this season.
Okay, good putt.
'62nd best on tour. Not his best numbers, but certainly respectable in the grand scheme of things.
A good start. 1 under through 3. You take that and not complain.
Hideki with just under 4 feet for his save.
Just one of those early character builders for Hideki. And it was so up and down last week, playing in Philadelphia. Just played spectacularly well, putted unbelievably on the Saturday, and then really putted poorly on the Sunday. So it's kind of a lot of kind of his MO, isn't it? Just the sublime to not so good day to day. So important part here, just to get that confidence on the short ones where you can be more aggressive with the longer ones.
Well, Gary, you were talking about his warm-up. You must have seen him on Monday when it was completely downpouring, and this guy is out practicing this game right here. You can't gain anything from that when it's just that wet.
Let's just see what will happen when a ball aquaplanes. It's all research.
And he had his caddies hold the umbrella over him as there's puddles of water everywhere. I'm thinking, this guy's out of his mind.
Unbelievable. Married to the game.
Dedication.
Well, he's got a big team around him. He may add a squeegee man the next time.
Okay. Less than 3.5 feet for Tom after what was a wild ride off the tee.
Never touched the fairway and made par.
Let's go to our first par 3 of this round, 186.
The fourth hole, as we've mentioned earlier, is a new hole that was added when they renovated the golf course. A modest length of 186 yards. The flagstick today on the left, tucked against that bunker. You better come in there high and soft if you expect to get it close.
So you wonder where the birdies are on property. 17 birdies found at this fourth hole so far today.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and just a little leaderboard update. Ryan Gerard bogeyed the 17th, so he now sits at 6 under, setting the pace. This was not one of the holes that he birdied, though. God, he went on a tear. 10 through 13, nothing but birdies. An eagle at the 15th, 16th. Par, and then that bogey as he makes his way to the closing hole.
And he's got about a 15-footer for par at the last. He drove in the fairway bunker, played short of the green, so he's got his work cut out to save par.
There's some stats for today.
I'm shocked that this hole is played under par thus far in this first round.
Why so?
I don't think it's an easy hole location to access. Now, this morning, there was not a breath of wind. It's like playing in a dome. At least you have some breeze this afternoon, albeit not a lot. Gary, is that fair to say?
Yeah, the good news is it's working towards the flag, so if you want to get it close, you don't have to take it straight at it.
This is the only par 3 at Quail Hollow Club that is playing under par.
Starting at the sapphire, just right of it. Okay. Give yourself some room just in case we misjudge this wind. So have it come down just a little further right and just putt straight across it. Instead of being, you know what I mean, point being like not as aggressive as we planned on being. All right? Okay.
There's such trust between these two, isn't there? It's a great relationship, as you were talking about, Chantel. Maybe don't get the credit, these relationships, that they should do to be this close and have that much trust. So I think the play is 15 to 20 feet right. And if it draws on the wind, great. If not, you still got a good look. Short-sided left, not so good.
No.
That's where he started his line. Ooh, not enough. That's a surprise.
Well, you heard him say no, basically as soon as he hit it there.
Hideki, to Gary's point, very wide setup at address. Bends over from the waist. When you bend over, the club's going to get up in the air, but in this case, Hideki kind of lays the club off. So if you look at down the line as we are now, you'll see the shaft left of the target. Trying to hook it.
No, it's a good-looking shot here, Steve. Beautiful shot.
Of course, 7th best in par 3 scoring. Talk about those irons. There you have it.
Perfect leave here. 19 consecutive cuts in majors for Hideki. That's a tip your hat to that one.
Now that is a badge of honor.
You'll never see Hideki mail in a round of golf. He is trying from start to finish. Now, Tom Kim set to go.
Very similar shot you just saw would be ideal here. Just try and play that little soft draw with the wind.
Going back to just how this guy does it so well. Here's Hideki's tee shot once more.
You know what I like about Hideki's swing? He finishes in balance. I've got a couple of grandsons who play it. I said, just swing and finish it in balance. A lot of good things will happen.
We're going to hear a little more on what to do right. Let's check in with PGA professional Joe Hallett in Frisco, Texas, from the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile.
Good. Go. Yep, you can go.
All right. Hideki Matsuyama. Everyone loves the pause at the top of his swing. I like the pause at the top of his swing. Here's a good thing that he does, and I'm going to give you a drill that'll help you with it. First of all, a lot of us don't even know where the top of our swing is. So learning where that pause might occur at least gives you an idea of where the top of the swing is. When you watch him get to the top, I want you to notice one thing. That doesn't give him license to slam the gas pedal and go as fast as he wants to. That makes him start in a very slow and deliberate fashion. So when you get out on the practice range, go ahead and go to the top. You can pause for a second. Then you can swing through and hit. I can tell you right now, if you get too aggressive at the top of your swing, you're really going to struggle. Pause, get it out of park, and then put it in drive on the bottom.
T-Mobile for Business exclusive 5G solutions partner. Thanks to Joe for that breakdown. Sound advice as we see this again. Here's the grand scheme picture of the fourth hole so far today. The red balls indicate where birdies came from, and so pretty position here for Hideki. 5 feet left. And that was Wyndham's ball out of the bunker as we were getting a little coaching lesson.
It's nice to be able to drop in like that, because our viewers at home always are curious how they do certain things. So I like that as an addition to our broadcast.
This is the place to do it. PGA of America, the professionals at your respective golf course all throughout the United States and beyond, paying them some tribute and incorporating what they do so well right into this broadcast. Tom Kim.
Yeah, smart play, I think, to take out that fringe, to pitch it over, takes out a lot of the slope as well. Great shot from Tom.
Well, Gary, you're a member of the PGA of America. What are you, 30,000 strong? And the growth of the game starts with you.
Yeah, oh, exactly. I mean, it's, you know, these are the true guardians of the game. This is the people that punch the clock every single day to keep this game improving and retain members and retain people playing the game, and they do an incredible job. And you know, I think it's always nice to thank your PGA member of America, and tell them it's a pretty good job they do keeping us into this great game.
They do.
I could talk about that
fabulous
all
job.
day.
Yeah.
And while we're on the topic, there's a lot of people who are interested in golf, all different varieties of golf. Even if you go to Topgolf, there's a PGA of America professional present there. Gary, maybe you could talk about if people are interested in following that career path. I mean, what are your ideas? What do you tell people?
Well, I mean, the great thing is there's so many tentacles at the PGA of America. You know, it's not just teaching pros or club pros. It's general managers. It's it's box stores. It's so many options if you have a passion for the game, and that passion bleeds over. Pretty straight putt here. Hideki.
His first birdie of the day, paying off that beauty of a tee shot. Steve, you know, Tiger Woods always said, generally speaking, if you get out of a tournament, even par on par threes, you're far ahead of the game. But when you're able to pick apart par threes, as Hideki does, top 10 annually, I mean, what can that allow you to do?
You're gaining strokes on the field, if that's the case. And you know, when you're a great iron player, which Tiger obviously was, and to some degree still is, you can take advantage of the par threes, but it's all about knowing when to attack par threes as well, and no one did it better.
And that's the truth. 6 feet for a sandy save.
Oh. Up and out early. If we look at the future sites of the PGA, you know, Aronimink next year, but then it goes to PGA Frisco, then Olympic, then Baltusrol, followed by Congressional. So elevating the championship by playing great courses.
Disappointing drop shot there. Back to even par for this round. Tom Kim will try to keep his scorecard bogey free. Only 3 feet left for his save.
Tom's caddy there, Paul Tesori, a really good player in his own right. Played college golf at the University of Florida, won the Florida Amateur Championship.
He just wanted to get that in.
Well, I would say that if he went to any school, but I think it's a huge help that the caddy thinks like a good player, because he was once a good player and still is, actually. But yes, he's a Gator.
You never know where Steve Melnick calls home.
And did I mention we won a national championship recently in basketball? Or I can't remember if I said that or not.
You all have been on a tear across college athletics.
Yeah. And both our men and women's golf teams are going to nationals, which they start tomorrow at La Costa for the women and the men next week. So it's a great event. College golf is terrific to watch. As we look at the fifth hole, a par 4, 453 dogleg right. It's the widest sort of corridor of many of the holes out here at Quail. A generous landing area, if you will. Most of the players will be playing a short iron into this hole location on the back right. Very accessible today.
Just the movement of the greens. We're talking about how the trends look at these putting surfaces. Here at the fifth hole, you see that movement. And today so far, 7 birdies. 4.11 is stroke average in this opening round.
Chantel, we had the pleasure of covering the SEC Women's Championship from Pelican down in the Clearwater area, and South Carolina beat Florida in the finals. But I will tell you, that South Carolina team is some team to watch. So if I had to pick my choice to win this week, I think South Carolina might be it.
Wow. I am shocked to hear that statement, but appreciate the honesty.
Well, they have a Curtis Cupper and 2 other seniors, so they've got a lot of experience on their team.
Always good to get in a little college golf love. Hideki chose to go pro right away. Decorated amateur, and he has the honor.
Just got to fit it between the staggered bunkering.
You know, Hideki won the first Asian Pacific Amateur, and with it, he got an invitation to play the Masters. And he was low amateur and then became, obviously, Masters champion, 21.
The routes to get a Masters invitation by way of amateur play have produced some pretty strong talent, and once they've turned professional.
Ready for this? At the amateur dinner, of which I'm privileged to be asked to attend on Monday night of the Masters, 1/3 of all Masters champions played their first as an amateur.
I am not surprised by that stuff, but that's a good one. Tom Kim turned pro before he even turned 18.
Okay, let's hope we're going to have a more stress-free journey up this hole for Tom. That was a good start.
So here's a question I had. I believe it was Ben Griffin who was asked, any concern about mud balls, even just meticulous attention to detail getting this course prepared? Why is that not part of the equation from what we've seen so far, given all the talk about the rain, Gary?
Right now, I think it's because the fairways are still so soft. It's almost like there's a layer of moisture that kind of, you get a little smear of mud on there, but you don't get a plug of mud. Maybe as the week goes on and it dries out a little bit, you might start picking up some mud, but the turf is so tight and meshed together. It's as good a surface as you can get with all the rain they've had to not get the mud balls. Oh, that was the full send right there.
Just spanked it. And there's Wyndham Clark for you, folks. A little extra juice on that one, coming off of that bogey at the last. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through the game of golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at pgajuniorleague.com.
We still are in the dark here. Yeah, we are. We've got to be mindful when the caddies are talking. We can't tell if we're
whoever is
listening
talking to me through my monitor or my computer, I can hear you, but I can only hear whoever's talking to me through the computer. We do not hear that on our Glen sound.
I'm saying, yeah.
No, okay, we are only hearing very limited audio, very low, because we can't control the volume. We don't know. We don't. Through our computer. It's the 107th PGA Championship. Once again, we're back at Quail Hollow Club, Charlotte, North Carolina, and what a welcome sight to see those beautiful flowers. But the sun in the sky, a little cloud cover at this moment in time. Just gentle breeze coming through with some humidity certainly making its presence known. We are following the featured group of Tom Kim, Wyndham Clark, and Hideki Matsuyama. Wyndham Clark, it is fun to see him with driver in hand. And Tom Kim, giving this one a little extra. Here are what the ball plots look like from drives at this fifth hole. And those balls indicated in red, that's where birdies came from with their approach shots. And blue would be what you see from pars, anything else, bogeys or worse. So good perspective of how to play this par 4, Steve?
Well, it's all about positioning. You put it in play, you've got a shot to make birdie, and they have done so here. For those of you who saw the Wanamaker Trophy as we went to commercial, I don't know whether you know the history behind that. Rodman Wanamaker gave the trophy. He and his family own these elegant department stores in Philadelphia, New York, and Paris, and that's where they made their fortune. And he was a big golf nut, and he donated the cup to be given to the PGA champion.
It's a good story. Just all kinds of interesting fun facts in the game of golf and trophy stories.
Well, it's like the Walker Cup. That was George Herbert Walker who gave the Walker Cup, and most people didn't know about it until recently, until Bush 41 took office, Chantel. It's just kind of neat to trace the history back to things like that and relate it to what we're doing here in the present.
Sure. Well, Hideki Matsuyama, 147 for his approach.
Great opportunity here. Another wedge in hand, so take advantage of these holes, can be aggressive. It's a little upslope short of the flag, so it will stop. But a fall off right, that might catch the fall off.
Sure did.
Off it goes.
We like Starling, bud. I like it
That's
at the hole.
His
Just
third
let it come down 10
thus
feet
far
left
in the opening holes here. But he's gotten it up and down every time.
So you heard the advice. Just take this one straight at it. So 145 for Tom.
Tom has only found one green so far.
I think we're going to double it here, Chantel.
I would hope so.
This is a great example, isn't it, of the benefits of being able to bludgeon the ball 330 or so. Way up there for Wyndham, 120 left.
22 if you want, just to give it a little bit, all right? Have it come down just left of it.
So we've got a real good sense of how the ball's reacting up there, watching Tom's ball land. So I think he pitched this up there to pin high at least, and I think it will come back. Wind just freshened a little bit there. It's got to go.
It appears he did have the longest drive of the day so far, this 5th hole, so being able to pay that off. That's where all that strength comes in. Let's take a peek at the leaderboard. 66 sets the pace. Ryan Gerard wasn't able to capitalize at the closing hole, so 7 under now falls to 5 under par, but still respectable after what we were talking about coming into this major championship. How about Luke Donald, 4 under? Ryan Fox, the last man in the field, winning at Myrtle Beach. He too shot a 67. Alex Smalley, very familiar with North Carolina golf courses. Steven Yeager, very erratic with the driver, but he's got the distance down pat. JJ Spahn, once again, part of a story, and he is just getting things cooking. How about through 6 holes at 4 under, Steve?
Impressive. Boy, you know, he's actually a dark horse candidate to make the Ryder Cup team. Who would have thunk it? And he's playing well here again.
There'll be some fresh faces on that team, no doubt, and some difficult decisions for the captain, who's on the first page of the leaderboard, but Scotty Scheffler, 2 under par. Harry Hall, same spot. Garrick Higgo at the 69. Justin Lauer, who had a great start, fell a little far down the leaderboard. Lucas Glover through 7 holes, he too in that share of 15th. John Rahm carded a 70, so did Tony Finau. Very curious to see how Max Homa handles this golf course, a place that he absolutely loves to play. 1 under par through 7 holes. He needs things to improve in a hurry as we look ahead to what happens at Bethpage Black, but you've got to start playing well now.
Caught a glimpse of John Rahm's round this morning. He didn't have his best stuff, but recovered to shoot 1 under, so I think that's a good sign.
So Hideki did get that fall off the victim there, so his 3rd. What do you see, Gary?
Chantal, I'm a bit of a darts fan. Sometimes you have a couple of sighters to finish. He's had 2 simple chips that he's got close. This one might be the best of the lot. Very simple from here.
Great touch. He makes it look easy, Gary.
He makes it look easy when you miss it in the right spot, doesn't he? Every single miss green has been in precisely the right spot.
He's played 6 holes now, missed 3 greens, but parred them all.
I'll tell you what I do like about this course, Steve. Even though it's a relatively modern course, there's not much walk from greens to the next tee. It's a really good walking course.
Yeah, this was not built with residential in mind, which is nice. That can't be said for too many new golf courses. But you think of the old great courses like Marion, where you step off the, the first green onto the second tee, that kind of thing. That's not the case in most of the courses today, but this is an exception.
Wyndham Clark, 13.5 feet.
Another one that's going to break fairly hard to the left when it starts to run out of pace.
Huh.
A little sporty there with his effort.
The post-impact routine was interesting there, Steve. Hit it and immediately the hand went to the coin. It had less than half a second.
That's a terrible feeling as a golfer.
So I was talking to Ben Harrison, Tom Kim's manager, before the round, and he said Tom actually missed a cut recently and went back to South Korea to kind of go on a sort of a body composition program to figure out some deficiencies, and now he's got a really good plan. He's lost about 30 pounds over the last year or so, and now he's trying to get the right strength and the functionality, and there could be a massive upside to that when I think everything falls into place for him. I think he'll pick up a lot of distance.
Well, that explains the remake of the body. He looks good.
7 feet here to get his first birdie, and he does. What do you think about the maturity factor for Tom Kim? Came on the scene, winning right away. There's certainly some room for growth in terms of managing certainly his time on the golf course. We've seen him clean up and shortened that preparation for his shot. But what else have you seen in terms of the maturity for Tom Kim, Gary?
The hallmark of these great young players these days is that maturity. It's just built in. Most of it's through a college experience. Obviously, Tom didn't have that. To me, I'm fascinated to see how he's going to sort of handle this mini slump, because he's been on that meteoric path all his life. He hasn't had a slump, and sometimes it's tough to deal with it the first time. Same with Nick Dunlap. So I think he'll come out of it a better player when he puts it all together.
If you look at his stats this year, Gary, it's really pretty bad. He's 44th in strokes gained putting and 120th in strokes gained off the tee. So that's not a good combination.
Working through it. His most recent win coming at the 2023 Shriners Children's Open. And we move on to the par 3 6th.
This is where you bring your A game here to this par 3. This is a beast of a hole.
Perspective, just how that slump has played out. One top 35 finish in 12 starts. That's tough to swallow.
Yeah. Speaks to what we said. I guess the statistics bear that out. This hole today playing 241, slightly downhill. Gary, is the breeze hurting a little bit here?
Sorry, Steve, I didn't quite get that. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Is the breeze in the player's face here as we look at a layout of this 6 hole measuring 241 today?
It's mainly straight across, left to right.
Okay.
Only 3 birdies found at this hole. 3 doubles or worse. So that makes the picture of why this hole's playing over par this opening round.
That's unusual when you've got no penalty area down there, too. You see the others there. Others are never good. Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele all made others at the 16th hole today. 3 double bogeys. That's hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, we've gently touched on Rory McIlroy, which was a massive storyline coming in. Of course, completing finally an exhale, the career Grand Slam at the Masters, the first major championship, and moving into the second major. What can Rory do at a place that he has been so successful at? Quail Hollow Club, a 74 in the opening round. How shocked were you, Steve?
I was shocked at how poorly he drove the ball. Honestly, I thought, boy, this is really in his wheelhouse. He's got a great record here. He's won here 4 times. And he goes out and he can't find the fairway. I think he hit maybe 3 fairways today, maybe. And it was not pretty. So, honestly, 74, given the way he hit it, is kind of what you'd expect.
Yeah, we'll take you through what happened with Rory.
Here he was at the 11, the dogleg left, par 4. I think he finds the bunker left here. Now at 15, you don't think the water's in play. What does Rory do? He tugs it left.
It did stay dry.
It stayed dry. And now at 16, he does the same thing, dead left, finds a severe downslope inside the penalty area. Lucky it did not go all the way in the water.
Yeah, he made double there. He did start on the back 9, and at the 18th,
he got lucky, Chantel. He pulled it left. It's in the penalty area, but he was able to play a beautiful shot out of there. But without the tall grass, it goes in the water.
He bogeyed the first hole, his 10th hole of the day. And so it was just climbing out of trouble for this guy. To your point, only 4 fairways found in this opening round, 74 for Rory. That's why he is on the range now.
Hitting drivers.
Oh boy, there you go. The stats.
It wasn't pretty. Got off to a good start, making about a 10-footer for birdie at the 10th. He thought, all right, this is great. He's going to go on. Then he just started hitting crooked shots. I mean, he saved a lot of pars, or it could have been worse.
Listen to this. He made 44 feet worth of putts in 18 holes. I don't know if I've ever seen a number that low.
It wasn't a good day from start to finish. And now Kim ready to go here at the 6th.
Just aim this at the right edge of the camera tower. Or take it straight at it. This one is absolutely on line with the flag.
That's a great shot, regardless of the fact it's maybe 30 feet away.
Hideki looking to find his 3rd green of the day.
Such was the length of this course this week. Tom Kim actually took a wedge out of his bag and added an extra fairway wood. So he added a 4-wood this week. Matsuyama More of the traditional setup. Extra wedge, one less wood. 4-iron for Hideki. It's just a bunch of low areas around this green, short and to the right.
One birdie of the day found at the other par 3 on this front 9.
And it's that same shot, the one that started too far left and stays left.
And that will just trundle away.
I mean, you were on the range a little bit. You got one.
Well, you guys were talking about how his underrated scrambling isn't chatted about enough, so we just wanted to give fans proper perspective today.
Short game clinic right now.
Seriously. To that point, Hideki is 3 for 3 scrambling so far today.
Feel them both. Come up here.
Gary, this is never a good sign, is it? 2 clubs to the tee.
The only thing I will say is it doesn't
Especially when it's 240.
Yeah.
I know, this is short, right? Yeah. I think it's a 5-iron. As long as it just doesn't lock it straight up in the air, I think it's perfect. I'll put it on the ground too. Yeah, I'm going to.
This is really tough to wrap your head around too. He's got a 5-iron, I think, Gary. Yardage is 241.
If I crawled up there and came back, it'd be fine. This is the right club.
It's downhill and it's about 225 to the front edge, so I can see that. When you get up close, it is amazing, isn't it, Steve? Just to witness the speed through the ball, the distances these guys hit it.
Well, the clubs are lighter, the balls are better.
And the clubs are 2 degrees stronger than they used to be.
That's exactly
Brilliant
right.
looking shot here. That's drifting on the wind towards the hole.
All right. Swing.
Okay, some work to do. We'll see some scrambling once again on display from Hideki. We'll be back with more first round coverage. First round of this PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club. If you're just joining us, we're following Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, and Tom Kim. A look at what we've seen so far at this 6-hole, the par 3. Birdies, a few of them, they came from those balls in red. Blue all over the place. If you've got a gray golf ball on this chart, no bueno. Lots of bogeys and even some doubles found at this 241-yard par 3.
Yeah. It's not a surprise to see this hole play over par, but it's actually far more than I suspected. But all three players off to a good start. The next hole is a gettable par 5, the 7th.
Got a couple players at 1 under par. You'd be happy with that at this point in the opening round of a major championship. 5 under, though, sets the pace. Ryan Gerard, we're just scratching our head how a 66 was produced here, and it could have even been better had he not found some trouble at the 17th and 18th. But Green Mile taking its toll.
And it's amazing, Chantel, among those leaders, there's not a single what you'd call bomber among the group. They're all a modest length off the tee, but credit them. They took advantage of the conditions this morning and shot low scores.
Yeah, we'll get into that more. But first, once again, the short game for Hideki.
Everything lands and runs down a downslope here. Very, very tight aprons. Played it low with a bit of spin. I was always going to struggle landing on that firm green at that trajectory.
Gary, the surrounds here is this new grass called Tahoma, and it's the latest, greatest thing. It's tight, it's dense, and they have encircled all of the greens here at Quail with that grass, and it's wonderful grass from which to pitch. You can putt, you can play any number of shots from it.
Yeah, I think Hideki just picked the wrong shot there. It was a slight downslope. Now, Wyndham with a far easier shot, just bump it into the bank here, and it's firm enough, or it'll bump up.
Got a little work.
A couple of disappointing efforts there.
Pace of play pretty good, Gary, thus far, you think?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I mean, as we said, it's a long course and it's soft, and it's it's going to take a while just purely to walk the length of the holes, but because there's such short walks between the green and the tee, everything kind of flows nicely. I think the next walk is probably the longest on the golf course, up to the back tee on the 7th. But yeah, it's nice that the rhythm is good, so there's no excuse for the players having to stop and start and then get out of their rhythm.
I saw earlier in the day they were allowing groups to hit up on the drivable 14th hole, which is nice. You can reach the next hole, the 7th and the 15th from the fairway, the other par 5. There are only 3 par 5s again here at Quail. And now Kim with a putt for birdie.
Actually, Steve, with after this first few feet, it's actually a remarkably straight putt once it gets going down the hill.
Got the claw, the soft claw. Okay. A little longer than he might like, but he's under the hole. So Hideki looking over his putt for par here.
And just a gentle right to left to here. One of those ones that of that length, you can be fairly free with it. Sometimes these are those ones that your expectations go down a little bit and the stroke frees up a little bit and you hit a really good putt. So it's a comfortable look for a right-hander. Good opportunity to salvage something from maybe not his finest pitch.
Yeah, coming from a player who is 4th in terms of strokes gained around the green on tour, but he's 80th in strokes gained putting. Can he keep it bogey free today?
Can he make bogey?
little bit too free there.
Uh-huh. All right. Now Wyndham for par. This is a slider. Looks like Gary left to right.
Yeah, just on that left lip. I get a sense this is an easy one to overread. Not sure about you, Steve. I'd like to see a rule where once that ball's down, you can't readjust it.
I'm with you.
We'll quicken our play a little.
Absolutely. Whatever we can do to quicken up the pace, I'm in favor of.
We started this round at 136. Okay.
Good
Nice
save.
finish.
Yep, good stroke.
I'm a big fan of this relationship. It's nice to have future group coverage to be able to clue in to the advice that John Ellis gives to his boss.
Well, Chantal, that was the beauty of full swing, wasn't it? To get a little bit more insight of some of these players and some of their relationships on and off the course. It was quite powerful, the episode that focused on Wyndham.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of personality or inside looks from many PGA Tour players, so full swing certainly served its purpose. Four feet and in for Tom Kim, bogey free on the day.
And Netflix is jumping into the deep end when it comes to sports content. They're going to be a real player in the future if they aren't already.
Sounds like you have some more intel, Steve. You're going to share with the class?
Let's just say that they may be another bidder at the table for a number of franchises.
Whoa, okay. All right, let's see if this bogey putt goes in, Gary.
And I want to find out more from Steve's intelligence.
He's got it all, the history, detailed college info, and apparently rights information as well. All right, well, let's check in with PGA professional Joe Hallett in Frisco, Texas from PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile.
We can go.
Chantal, Steve, one of the premiums this week is obviously hitting the fairway. For our viewers out there, one thing that the tour players at this highest level have is control over the club face through impact. That seems pretty obvious, but I want to give you a little exercise or a little drill. Generally speaking, for a friend, most of us get a little happy and a little wobbly down here as we go back through impact. The key is, can you slow those hands down a little bit? This is what I want you to do. I want you to split your grip apart. We're not going to play like that, but we're going to make a practice swing. And you will notice when you split your hands apart, if you try to do something crazy with your hands, you're not even going to be able to swing the club. So if we can split our grip apart, you can control the club face a little better through impact. If you get really courageous, you can try and hit one that way. Huh. Split your grip and you'll split the fairway. Straight is great. Remember that.
I'll tell you who uses that split grip to practice with, and that is a guy named Rory McIlroy.
Joe Hallett just dropping the facts there. T-Mobile for Business exclusive 5G solutions partner. Love sprinkling some Joe Hallett in and giving viewers, listen, everybody at home, if you're watching, you're not going to hit it just like Rory, but you're probably doing a little practice swing at home or wherever you may be watching. So having some of these tips, grabbing that one, not too shabby. All right, 7th hole. What are your expectations here at this par 5, Steve?
Well, it is an awkward driving hole. You want to take it down the left and sort of let it peel toward the penalty area on the right. You certainly don't want to go right and go just the opposite. So I suspect all three of these golfers are aiming left and going to try to let it fall to the right.
We had a pretty generous landing area, good 25 to 30 yards wide from the bunker to the penalty area.
Tom Kim landing 3 greens so far, 3 fairways rather.
Well, once you do that, it's a green light. This should be a very simple hole from that position.
Yeah, well done.
.288 average driving distance for Tom Kim. 326 for Wyndham.
30 yards over 4 rounds. That's up to a lot, doesn't it? Huge advantage length. Slightly anxious look there.
I think he stayed up. Yeah.
Got the safe sign.
Your throat's. Go ahead.
Gary, to the point of talking about, we're just outlining over and over again. Look at what Wyndham can do. Look at, he's the last to play his second over and over. But then you look at the leaderboard. You got Luke Donald in the picture. You got guys that are not known for their distance. What's going on out there?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is that all these are world-class players, and even at short to medium length, you're going to have a great ball strike around, and you'll shoot a great score. But over the course of 4 rounds, when you're hitting 2, 3, maybe 4 clubs more into every hole, eventually data will win, and it's just such a disadvantage to be that far behind. We'll see, though, come Sunday.
Hideki coming off of that bogey, and to that point, Brian Harman was on the range this morning right beside Rory McIlroy, and somebody made the comment, how are you going to manage this course? And he basically pretended to cut off Rory's legs and the guys around him, indicating that would be his only chance if he was the last man left in the field, since he is not known for his driving prowess. Okay, we'll be back at this par 5 7th hole with more. You're watching featured group coverage on ESPN+.
Jack Nicklaus, he has won his 4th PGA. He has taken the torch and he's running with it. Phil's fanatics rejoice. A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
The PGA Championship being played in Charlotte, North Carolina, barbecue town. What's your go-to order when it comes to barbecue?
Depends on which barbecue. There's Texas barbecue, there's Korean barbecue, there's Japanese barbecue. I do like barbecue. I will say tri-tip from California.
Charlotte, big on barbecue.
I don't think I've had North Carolina barbecue before.
Some ribs, pork, pulled pork, and some sausage.
Okay. I mean, that sounds amazing.
Burn ends all day long.
Do you have a preference when it comes to the region?
It's not a good question for me. I try not to do a lot of meat at home, so like I don't really go to barbecues.
These guys haven't lived until they've had Lexington barbecue. Come on.
Yeah, I am just shocked. The final statement there. Try not to eat a lot of meat at home. That's where the protein's at. He's working on shaping up that body, and
yeah,
I want to know what's in the diet now.
I know where Gary's from. There's a pretty good barbecue over in Birmingham.
Do tell.
Yeah, we got one or two that get my business once in a while. Very pleasant.
Yeah.
So what region are you putting down on the survey, Gary?
Oh, it's got to be Alabama, obviously.
You're a homer.
The humble swine.
Tennessee barbecue.
Swine. Well, the seventh hole, as we said, is one of the most demanding tee shots out here, and all three players are in play, but two really skirted the right side of that fairway in that penalty area just to the right. But Clark's in great shape, only 206 to the flagstick.
I hate that we're outlining this over and over again, but it paints the picture here. Wyndham well ahead of Tom Kim.
They are waiting for the group ahead to play. Group which includes Jordan Spieth, Ludwig Oberg,
there's the driving distance numbers. Wyndham Clark within the top 20, as he has been since getting on tour.
Steve, I go back a little bit to the length of and the softness of the golf course. There is a tendency for a lot of players, I think, to try and force a little bit, try and hit it harder. Yeah, the players I've talked to have said, hey, look, I've just got to be really, really disciplined here. Even though the fairways are fairly wide and it's soft, I've got to just stick to my game. I've got to play the way that I know I can play. I know if I try to start pushing it and finding extra, I'm going to miss-hit it, and it's going to actually go shorter and more offline.
I couldn't agree more. If you get out of your comfort zone, you try to hit shots, to your point, Gary, that you don't ordinarily hit or want to try to hit or try to reach deep when you don't need to reach deep, you're always going to get in trouble.
Well, here's the good news. The last hole played the
And in that group in front, a lot of people wondering, will Jordan Spieth find his form? He's one over.
I just think you hit us a regular one.
First
we
hole.
deal with what happens. I don't want you over here trying to.
Chantel, I prescribed Jordan Spieth's game like the proverbial box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
I can't think of a better analogy.
All right, green clear. Kim set to go.
233 for Tom. He's got a lofty wood, a 5-wood. Wind back into him. A little bit right to left. So again, it's just freshened a little bit. Really pleasant out here right now with a little bit of cloud cover. Section of the green the flag's on is about 10 yards wide. That's just left of it.
Yanking into that bunker.
Yeah, Gary, I think the yardage is short of the green. I don't think you take on the full yardage to the flag, so you play short given where that hole location is.
And in my mind, that was just the wrong trajectory there. That low, the low piercing one, he needed a little bit more height and softness. I thought he was going to bring it up and hold it up against that wind a little bit. And Hideki from 228. Good lie in the step cut.
anyone who has been in that bunker, Tom Kim is in, has been able to produce birdie. So now Hideki.
That's way left. Way left. Us up in the spectators.
Now he's got zip. This is going to be tough.
That's where you're begging for a good lie here, Steve.
Yeah.
Now, Chantel, this is where we'll see the benefit of speed and power. This ball's actually settled down a fair amount. But Wyndham has that ability to just launch it out there.
He's found 3 greens so far in this opening round.
So just over 200 yards. I'll be interested to see where he tries to play this. As you said, Steve, I think aiming short here, have a nice pitch up the hill, will be the right thing. Especially with the ball sitting down in the rough a little bit.
Yeah, if you carry it past the flagstick, it's going to roll 40, 50 feet past the hole at best. That's going to be short, sounds like. I think he had a worse lie than we thought, Gary.
No, that was the speed needed. As I said, I looked at that line. I thought I could get maybe 130 or 40 yards out of it, and he got about 170.
Wow.
Steve, is one of these houses up the right side of 7 one of your little weekend spots? Pretty nice, isn't it?
Johnny Harris's brother, Cammy Harris, is up to the right, just opposite the screen here. With Simpson's nearby. And over there to the right of 14 and 15, there's some equally beautiful homes. This is just a great area. This is the South Park area. This was the Morrison Lane, as we talked about earlier, and it's just been developed so tastefully. It's just a wonderful place to live. There's a reason they call Charlotte the Queen City.
Here's some perspective at the 7th hole, and balls in red indicate where birdies were produced from. One lonely eagle out there today. Bogeys, those gray balls, couple off to that left side in the thick stuff.
It is a true risk-reward par 5.
And that lone eagle of the day came from Alex Smalley, as we mentioned. Capitalized his round in a share of second. And he shares that with Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, Stephen Yeager, Aaron Rye. Aaron Rye just getting things cooking. 4 under through 7.
And Chantel, I saw Austin Wednesday afternoon or Wednesday morning. He was first alternate, so talk about take advantage of getting in.
You know, when Wyndham transferred to Oregon, the Oregon squad plays at Eugene Country Club. I happen to cover a U.S. Women's Amateur there, and it's a spectacular golf course, but more importantly, it's really tight. So I think it helped Wyndham shape the ball, put it in play.
Coming back into the wind here. Wyndham. Ooh, that was nifty. Didn't see that one, Steve.
I did not either. Kerry Haig and his staff do a fabulous job of setting up these championships for the hole locations, the tee locations. Credit him. It's always a fair and stern test.
Another look at the reaction of Wyndham. That was from 37 yards. Okay, that ball you see there.
That was Hideki.
Hideki was over up against the ropes and advanced his next shot just at the sprinklers. So Tom Kim now.
A fairly simple shot for Tom. Actually going to be landing on a little into the green area, so take out the slope. Should settle down fairly quickly.
Still work to do to keep on that trend. Everyone in that bunker so far today has produced birdie.
Actually, in all honesty, that wasn't a very good bunker shot from Tom. It just kind of came out a little knuckly, and it was like he was caught between two shots, whether to fly it over that slope or land it on it, and didn't really look very convincing to me.
Yeah, his reaction speaks truth to that.
There is a PGA rules official stationed at every hole on the golf course should they be in need of a ruling, which you see there with Hideki.
Just getting relief from that sprinkler. Did you get to see his shot to here, Gary?
It was another one that was a bit of a head scratcher. As good of a chipper as Hideki is, it wasn't that tough of a lie. The ball was sitting up, and he just kind of quilled it, and it just came out, landed in the heavy rough and rolled down there. It was very unlike Hideki, especially after the chipping we'd seen to this point.
Sure.
So now back up the hill into the green.
You're not seeing the best showing from anyone in our featured group at this par 5.
This should be the gimme hole. Yeah. If you get it in play off the tee, and they make it look a little bit trickier, aren't they?
And Wyndham now with 15 feet.
It's just an awkward flag because you've got the fall off, 15 feet left, you've got to fall off 15 feet right, and it's just on a very narrow section of this green. See if Wyndham can figure this one out. So just very slightly downhill from here. There's just a little high point right where he's standing. So just move down to the right.
Trying to get back under par. Positive so far in the round in terms of strokes gained putting.
That's a disappointing 5.
And really back up to that second shot, Steve.
Yeah, but the lie obviously was more difficult than we thought. And he played a good second and a lovely pitch, but it's again, as Gary said, the whole location made it tough. And now Kim, after that indifferent bunker shot, Gary, I agree with you. I didn't think it was that tough, and that was barely a passing grade.
Bunker play has always been a little bit on the weaker side of Tom's game. So it's something that, the great news for Tom, there's always so much room for improvement, I think. So he's proved that he's a world-class player, and he's got a lot of things he can get better at, which is very encouraging. This one moved just a little left to right.
11 feet. This will be his second birdie. Should drop. Well, that had some pace.
Boy, that was a dead straight putt. I almost tried to move left at the end there. That was a head scratcher. I think he hit a really good putt there.
This for par for Hideki. Less than 4 feet. Okay. Had to avoid back-to-back drop shots. And a disappointing hole.
The 8th hole coming up is almost drivable today, probably by Wyndham, not by Kim, maybe by Hideki.
Just a few feet here for Tom to clean up. Never hesitates to get that ball out of the hole.
Clean card, though, this far.
All right, paint the picture here as we make our way to the 8th.
Well, the picture is this. It's a wonderful opportunity to have a go at this green. Bunker right is kind of where you don't want to go. You usually aim at the edge of that large tree to the left of the green, and anything short is fine. You can almost get to the club, get the driver to the putting green surface today, but these wet conditions make it tough.
This is the only par 4 on the opening 9 that is playing under par.
Like this first cut, yeah, the bunker. Exactly. If you look up there, you're going to see somebody standing 2 yards right of the tree. Like it, 2 yards right of the tree, coming down just right to pick up the bunker. Okay.
So they were talking about the massive oak tree just left of this green. So just on the right edge, just slightly right of it, perhaps. Should take the bunkers out to play down that left side. First one not in play, second one is. Was T quite low there, trying to slide it down there. Good luck, good start.
He's watching anxiously.
Very clever. Well done. Just on that Tahoma cut. Yeah, that's good there.
Probably just started barely left. Love it. Yeah, the wind should hold it up and then maybe move it a fraction to the left.
Get a sense we might see the second gear here. The flag's in a pretty nice spot with a little sort of bowl area. There's a nice little backstop behind it, so you can throw it way up there.
Gary, always tempting for the long hitter to do the brave here.
Leave it. Leave it.
Trying to slide it off that left bunker, but it's not sliding.
It's fine, Wyndham.
That's not a bad leave. Hideki going with less than driver, Gary.
Okay. So he's throwing analytics out of the window. As I said, it's a very, very accessible flag. Yeah, whether you're pitching it from 50 yards or if you're hitting a full wedge in there. So So it'll be interesting to see at the end of this hole, if he gets it in play off the tee, who can get it the closest. First things first, get it in the fairway, which we've done.
Yeah, nobody cares how you make birdie, just how you make birdie. And that's it.
Position play, there you have it. Well, today's live odds are brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Let's take a look. 40-1 for Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, and Tom Kim. Got to really have some confidence to throw your support behind Tom Kim. No surprise, since this is not a place that Tom Kim feels the most comfortable at. But you surprised, Steve, to see 90-1 for Wyndham?
Well, honestly, no. I mean, he's done nothing currently to warrant a better odds. You know, the Open was 2 years away almost now. So that's probably about right.
Okay. A winner at Quail Hollow. Would have thought there'd been a little more love behind him, but lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook right now. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. We showed you those numbers. Download ESPN Bet app, sign up with the promo code BIRDIE to get started today. The PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals, we love this game. First round coverage of the 107th PGA Championship. We're back at Quail Hollow Club, Charlotte, North Carolina. Such a great golf market. Players love this golf course. And good to see sunny skies finally after dumping of water over the last 6 days leading up to the second major championship of the year. Looks like quite a bit of cloud coverage at this moment in time. Hideki will be first to play.
I think Hideki's got to pitch this at least pin high, because I think you can use that backstop, and that's the safe play. Just bring it back off there, short of the flag, can bring it off the front edge.
Nipped it nicely.
There's pin high. There's the slope. Nicely done.
Who says you've got to try to drive the green, right?
I was just about to say, here we are seeing Lesson Driver off the tee. And he said, I've got a plan. Sit back and watch. Other two players, Wyndham Clark. Oh, we thought maybe he'd be driving the green, but that one snuck out to the left. And Tom Kim with just 31 yards left to the pin. play. Wyndham. Should be Tom Kim first. So he psyched us out.
I'll tell you what, Tom dropped the hammer on that one. Send it way up there just behind Wyndham. So you got two options here. One, bump it into the bank, which I think he'll do, or a higher risk shot pitched on top. These banks, despite being wet, are not overly soft, but that one just needs to stay okay.
But we got lucky.
Now Wyndham.
So right now, data has been disproved with Hidecki's performance from a full wedge out. Wyndham again, got to look at that front slope. See if you can judge it, and that's going to be short as well. So it was all set up by the flag there. I mean, to be close to the green with that big slope between you and the hole made things tricky.
Wyndham, lucky his ball stayed there.
Again, this is the only par 4 on the front 9 that plays under par. So what we just saw at the 5th from this group of players and what we see now. And another peek at the leaderboard here at the PGA Championship. Ryan Gerard setting the pace at 5 under. At 4 under, you got Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, Alex Smalley, Steven Yeager, Cam Davis now in the conversation, along with Aaron Rai, who's through 8 holes so far. Alex Noren just behind them in a share of 8th. Carding a 68 along with JT Poston, Rio Hitsutsune, Nico Echevarria, Matt Fitzpatrick. Interesting to see him on the first page of a leaderboard with Robert McIntyre and a host of other players. Just learned yesterday that Matt Fitzpatrick is now working with Mark Blackburn.
English connection is going well, isn't it? We're getting seeing a lot of top players come to Birmingham, Alabama for a little tune-up.
Say you're hogging all the talent in Birmingham, huh, Gary?
Exactly. Now I want to apologise for calling Alex Smalley Austin Smalley. Austin was one of my friends growing up, so sometimes there's a name in there that doesn't quite come out. But he was first alternate on Wednesday, so great story for Alex. Uphill here.
Well played, right?
Forget about what we said with that second shot. He just wanted to show off that putter. Another look here from Wyndham off the green. Second birdie of the day in an unconventional way. Certainly not what we expected off the tee from Wyndham, but now back under par. Now Tom's turn. 12 feet. Can we go 2 for 2?
It's a very similar line to the one we just saw Wyndham make, so certainly a nice picture in his head. So you see, Chantel, data is undefeated.
Goodness gracious, just let him play. Hideki, who opted for less than driver off the tee. Beautiful second to 5 feet.
So tickling little one straight down the hill, just move it just a little bit left to right. So the left half putt, I think.
little golf clap there. All three of our players birdieing the par 4 8th. Time for a little more yardage as we move up to the 9th.
The last thing they need here, yeah, the par 4 9th has been pushed back to 531. Think about that. A par 4, 531. I've seen a bunch of hybrids played into this green today. It is a beast of a hole. If you don't put it in the fairway off the tee, I don't think it's possible to reach the green in 2. So the fairway is a must.
Today at this 9th hole, they've seen only 3 birdies, 40 bogeys, and then you see that graphic showing 1 other.
Second toughest hole.
Scotty Scheffler, one of those players who was able to find a birdie at this par 4.
So for Tom, that bunker should be out of play. You can go ahead and let things rip and not reach it. Certainly makes it a little bit of an easier drive. Beautiful shot there, a little low peeling cut.
An early tee pickup.
But more importantly, he's playing quicker. Seriously, it was awful for the longest time, to the extent that players didn't want to be paired with it. It completely ruins your routine, the cadence to your game. And he's gotten better, so credit him.
Now Wyndham's got to take this further down the left side because that bunker is in play.
Wyndham finding only 3 fairways today.
I think that may be in it.
Sure is, Gary.
I don't know. In the bunker, but he's drawn a good lie.
It was that same shot we saw on 2, Steve, that one that started basically down the left tree line and moved a good 30 yards in the air, left to right.
Wow.
Sorry, number 3.
And now Hideki.
I think the same for Hideki as Tom. I think he can swing fairly freely here. This will be just out of his range to reach that bunker. Beautiful swing. Best swing of the day there for Hideki.
Oh, that's only perfect, Gary. That's beautiful.
The results to match. You might not have expected about midway through this featured hole round Tom Kim to have the best score of Wyndham, Tom, and Hideki, but don't forget, you can follow 4 different featured groups and different holes on ESPN Plus. Watch your favorite players from tee to green. All 18 holes are covered. This is the palette that you have to choose from. ESPN Plus all day long today is the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. We'll be right back. If you're just joining us, we're following Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, and Tom Kim. We're at the 9th hole, and swinging out of your shoes used to be an expression, but well, he kind of had to stomp back into that right side, Steve.
Well, he pushed off so hard, he kicked his shoe out there. There you go. There you go.
Not quite the Scotty Scheffler shuffle. Oh, maybe.
That could be a cramp.
Yeah, just a little bit of a leg cramp there.
That's no fun.
Doesn't seem to be bothering him too much. Keep an eye on that, though. All right, so setting up this stretched out par 4 in perspective, where the tee shots, what they produced in terms of scoring at this hole, only 4 birdies, and only one of them from outside of the fairway.
Second toughest hole here at Quail Hollow thus far in the first round.
And there you have it. Wyndham Clark finding himself decent lie in that fairway bunker. Tom Kim, I mean, we talk so much, of course, about distance dominating this game, but for a guy who has low ball flight, what percentage of players on the PGA Tour would you say have that low ball flight like Tom Kim does, Steve?
Not many. Not many, particularly when college kids today, amateurs, are taught to hit it hard, hit it high. So he is in the minority. All these kids today chase speed.
Yet here he is, bogey-free, 2 under in this group. So take that.
Oh, credit him. He knows what he's capable of doing. He didn't try to get outside of his comfort zone, and he's playing really well. It's been fun to watch.
Sure has. 234 for his second, Gary.
Yeah, doesn't want to land it any further than 220 because it will release from here. Good news, a little bit of wind helping left to right. Just pin high left is a tricky up and down.
Kind of came up and out of it, Gary. You could tell.
Wyndham is set from that fairway bunker.
And 215 for Wyndham. Got to get this up very quickly. It's about a 3 or 4 foot lip about 5 yards in front of him.
Gary, how impressed were you last week at the 72nd hole when Sepp Straka found the fairway bunker, not unlike this, played a 4-iron to the green?
Yeah, I was right there actually covering that group. It was very, very impressive up close. It looks like Hideki's going to go first. 214 for Hideki. He has that second gear that he uses judiciously. This was one of those examples. He absolutely ripped this one. And I think, look, pitch this about 200, 205 would be ideal.
Well, this looks good in the air. Still a good shot.
Don't have to worry about pace of play for Wyndham.
I wasn't able to see the club here, Steve. Does it look like he's got more loft and is going to lay it up short of the green, or is he got a little bit more club and going to try and get it up quickly?
I think the latter.
It's got to go a little bit. That may catch that front bunker. Oh no, it's okay. That's going to be just fine.
Make par any way you can here at the 9th.
Lots of talk since Wyndham won his first major championship, about working with Julie Elliott. All of these guys have teams around them. They just seemingly grow year after year. I mean, 10 years ago, nobody had a sports psychologist that they spoke to regularly. How valuable is that in 2025, Steve?
Well, I'm old school. I just remember, you know, guys like Nicklaus and Palmer and Hale Irwin, you know, the really good players who didn't have a swing coach really, or a physio person or a psychologist. It's just a change in the game. You know, it's become such a big business, big purses. If it makes you a better player, have at it. I think sometimes, though, the danger is you become too reliant on your swing instructor and too reliant on your psychologist.
Talked to Lanny Watkins once. He said his sports psychologist was a guy called Jack Daniels. So interesting.
Perfect. Yeah, pair that with some of this barbecue we've been talking about, and you got yourself a Happy Meal.
There's nothing better than barbecue and bourbon, Chantel. Come on. Perfect pairing.
Steve, I know you're old school, and Gary, I know you certainly treasure old school values, but the culture has completely changed within the game.
Well, it's like the same with every sport, isn't it? You're constantly evolving, and you know, I like to see it. I like to see how much golf has come on and developed and evolved in the last 10 to 15 years. You know, I was playing on the tour 10, 12 years ago, and you know, the teams and the entourages were there, but not for everyone. Now it seems like if you don't have one, you are giving up a competitive edge, and it's so competitive. It's such high standard, and they're so hungry coming up that if you're staying the same, you're moving backwards. So you have to have every help that you can possibly get.
Where it's most notable, Gary, is on the practice tee. I mean, the practice tee is crowded out there, and it's not crowded with players.
Yeah, it's hard to elbow your way for room to get anything done. Well, Wyndham saved a few bucks on the swing coach, since he mostly gets guidance from his caddy, so that was a 2-for-1 in terms of the payroll. Here he is with his third.
You want to take the slope out of play here, so he pitched it just on the other side of it. Look at this. Oh,
well done.
Steve, it's interesting watching Wyndham hit shots around the green. He hits a lot more driving shots, doesn't he, than you would see a lot of other players hit. Relies a little bit more on spin than height and softness.
It's very
Why is that, Gary?
That play.
Well, just what you're comfortable with, and you know, maybe the way you've grown up, maybe the course conditions you grew up on. Now, Tom had a very similar type of bunker shot on the 7th on the par 5. Didn't hit a very good shot. So why don't you just dump out here and just let it release to the hole? Pretty simple here. Just like that.
Well, we saw 3 scrambling so far today, and that would have matched the stat. Hideki opting for wedge from here, Gary.
Well, it's another one of those perfect leaves. Just very, very basic chip here. Very little slope between here and the hole. So another one where there's every opportunity that this will scare the hole at least.
It's amazing, Gary. He loves the high lofted wedge just off the green. That was hit a little heavy. It didn't come out very good.
We call that the chunk and roll.
There you go. Gary, are you a fan of deep rough around greens, or do you like the shaved bank and the roll-offs and the options they bring?
I certainly love the roll-offs, because if you get a shot from a flat lie coming up to an upper level, it makes it far harder. These guys' technique is so good out of the heavy rough where the ball's close to the green, and you may be 10 yards closer, and far simpler to hit that shot. It looks more complicated and it looks more difficult, but with good technique, it's a pretty simple shot.
Yeah. I always like to give player options. And when you get into the thick stuff, it's a gouge.
All three players for par within 4 feet. Take that back. Wyndham has 3 extra inches. Oh my.
That's too bad. Played a beautiful pitch to there.
Back to even with those 2 bogeys matched with 2 birdies for Wyndham.
It's a little tale of his year this year, isn't it? Of just been just a little bit off, and just a slightly loose drive, and then a missed short putt, maybe not a great chip. All of these little things, you feel like he's really, really close, but it's just not quite at the exceptional levels that he's been used to playing at. I get a sense he's close though.
Nice par save there for Hideki. Tom Kim, best putting of this featured group. He's made 42 feet worth of putts through 8 holes. Another 3.5 feet here. That's good for 32nd best in the field so far today.
It's a very straight putt for Tom. This will be a very impressive opening 9 for him. The par 5 coming up.
He scrambled well, putting well, and that is why he is bogey free. 2 under par is Tom Kim, 41st in terms of official world golf ranking. How about Ryan Gerard at 5 under par? 11th hole, long way to the hole, but he was just collecting them at the turn. On the 12th, kept it rolling with confidence. Let's show you more. 13th hole, nice tee shot, 2 feet, we're in. Want to see some fireworks? Let's go to 15.
Carolina native feeling very much at home here.
He was feeling it in this round. Oh, go low. So plenty of birdies on the scorecard, but 3 bogeys, 2 of them coming at the 17th and 18th holes, but 5 under par sets the pace. 4 under is where you find Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, who was a winner last week, Alex Smalley, Steven Yeager, Cam Davis through 11 holes. Keegan Bradley, our Ryder Cup captain for the USA squad. Adam Scott in the mix. How about that? It's not all 20-year-olds taking advantage of a place where you can drive. Alex Noren in a share of 7th with a 68. You got Aaron Rye, who's climbing up this leaderboard. JJ Spahn, 2 under through 10 holes, and Tom Kim in a share of 18th with that group.
Well, the 10th hole is a 591-yard par 5 downhill. You kind of drive to the crest of this knob up here and then play down to the green from there. You've got to avoid those bunkers on the left. Anything in the fairway, you got a chance to knock it on the front of the screen. You miss it short right, you're better off. Flagstick on the front right portion of the green, but it's gettable today. Haven't seen many eagles, but a lot of birdies.
50 birdies, so this is a place you want to grab one if you can. 4.79 the scoring average so far today. After a little bit of the wait, Tom Kim with the R.
The wind freshening from his right, so he kind of throw it out to the right there and let the wind carry it.
Some very well placed bunkers, aren't they, Steve?
All of them are here.
Basic in the landing zones of about 95% of the players.
That looks perfect.
So much is made, Steve, about the Green Mile, the closing 3 holes. But how do you have to think your way from holes 10 through 18?
Well, they're all different in so many ways, but the key again, I know it sounds pretty simple, but you got to put it in play off the tee.
Here's Hideki. I heard Johnson Wagner talk about this stretch, which Ryan Gerard capitalized on. Is his mindset as a member of this course is grab the birdies where you can, because you know you'll have to hold your breath for the last few holes.
I've always felt that in competitive golf, it's always about the next shot.
Out of the right. Have it come down right on that tree.
Well, Hideki not in the short stuff. Let's see what Wyndham does off the tee now.
So I think with this wind direction, I think you can knock it past this bunker at about 330.
Only perfect.
Time for a snack. We'll be right back as the boys make the turn here. 10th hole in the opening round for our featured group coverage.
This is the tournament that celebrates the backbone of golf. Those professionals giving lessons.
As a warm-up or a practice technique, it's great.
And running pro shops. And they're the reason they're pro golfers and weekend warriors alike. They're the reason the game remains vital and alive.
Michael Cartrude is making his first major championship appearance here at Quail Hollow, but he had to work a little extra for the opportunity, making it all the more special to finally be on this stage.
Michael Cartrude is headed to the PGA Championship.
It means everything. I have 2 kids, family. To be able to qualify for a major championship, it's an honor, and it's also something I've worked for my whole life. 4 years ago, we're trying to make it on the Latin Tour. Now, fast forward, I'm a Class A PGA professional, and I'm lead assistant at the Bears Club, and super proud of where I'm at, and to qualify for a major is great. My wife is so supportive of what I do and my dreams and my goals. I'm so thankful for her constant effort to push me and to make me better and support me through everything. It's great.
Michael Cartrude had to survive a 4-way playoff, going to 4 holes at the PGA of America Professional Championship. And here's how things look for the Corebridge Financial team, the group of 20. Tyler Collette, who just blasted the field, winning easily. The rest of the 19 players had to earn it to get into this field, but no surprise with all the talent he put on display. He is at the top of this leaderboard, 1 over par. Brandon Bingham, he too threw 6 holes in that 67th position. Michael Cartrude 3 over through 13 holes, but man, does it feel good to be at your first major championship, Steve.
Indeed it does. I think he won by 10, Chantel. He just blew away the field. And it was great to hear Wright Thompson's voiceover. Wright lives in Oxford, Mississippi. You can see Wright sitting on a rocking chair drinking a big bottle of, or glass rather, of bourbon as he watches all the co-eds go by.
Sounds like a good day to me. By the way, 9 of the 20 of the Corebridge Financial team are making their first major championship appearance. And
Well,
Tyler Collette.
you know who takes the greatest pride in all that? The members who are part of the culture that helped him get to this championship.
Absolutely. Hideki from the thick stuff here. 297, Gary.
Good news is the grass is growing with him, and that's the use of that hybrid there to get through there and keep the club face open. That was a great shot from that position. Yeah, Chantal, I was honoured enough to, I've covered the PGA Professional Championship for the last 5 to 10 years, and it truly is a special week for these PGA professionals, and the balance that they show to balance their responsibilities at the club with the members and get their game in the good a shape as they can get it in. It's pretty impressive, and to cover that playoff was something really, really special. It was emotional at the end. It was heart-wrenching for Brad Larden, who just turned 60. Who almost made it the PGA Championship. So yeah, there's so many great stories.
Brad was hanging in there. I mean, Michael was missing putts left and right. It was quite shocking.
Hit a really solid ball and might move a hair right.
Let's see how close Tom can get it. Plays downhill a decent amount. Wind coming a little bit right to left. I'll tell you what, Steve, I've been impressed how far Tom has been hitting it today. Certainly longer than I've remembered seeing. I've covered him many times.
Yeah, you see Wyndham Clark's ball there, and that 4 or 5 yards ahead of him.
.295 is what he's been hitting it on average today. His Tom Kim. Average this season, 302.
Oh, that's left and going left.
That's way wide of the mark there.
If you're going to miss it, that's not a bad spot. That's actually a pretty decent angle up the green. It was just I think one of those circumstances of just being on the outer limits of that 3-wood and just trying to find a little extra 10 to get the arms a little fast. Now Wyndham can certainly reach in 2 from here.
Gary aiming well left.
Trying to play that low squeezing cut, and he's played it just overcutting again towards that bunker.
Just has not had it in sync. Wyndham Clark, another look at his second here at the par 5 10th. We'll be back with more. Back with you, opening round coverage of the PGA Championship. If you're just joining us, we're following Tom Kim, Wyndham Clark, and Hideki Matsuyama at the 10th. Hideki now with his third from 109.
Should stop fairly quickly. There's a slight slope towards the front edge. Second bounce should stop. Should spin a little bit on that second bounce.
Got a bad first top, Gary. Went left on him.
That's perfect distance control.
Here's some perspective at this par 5. 591. So who's doing what? You got Wyndham snuggled almost to the green. Tom Kim over on that left-hand side. In the rough, 51 birdies.
It's rather an undisturbed area where Tom Kim is, so it's pretty thick. Ball's just nestled down a little bit, but he's got loads of green to work with, and it's just a very gentle upslope to that where the flag is. So good news is there's nothing complicated. It's now just about trying to read the line, trying to figure out how that ball is going to come out and how it's going to release. You feel like it's just going to knuckle a little bit and just release just a little bit more. And that's one of my best tips for short games for those at home. Most people grab a club and try and fit the club to the lie. The pros will read the lie and then pick the club and pick the shot. That will help your short game immensely.
.37 yards to the pin.
So here comes the tumble.
Easy. Easy. All right. Good play. Gary, a lot of players I have watched have taken a putter from this area below the green to the right. Wyndham's going with a lofted club here.
Yeah, I think it matches the way he plays shots where he drives it a little bit lower. So these banks are pretty firm, even though it's been wet all week. About a 4-foot slope he's coming up. But let's see how that ball just slammed in there and still released. Pretty good there.
Well, they made a mess of the previous par 5, the 7th. Can they redeem themselves here at the 10th?
And the par 5 is where you got to grab at least one birdie. Hopefully 2. And as you say, it's making hard work of it. Hideki just has a really, really gentle left to right putt. Really not too much break to this.
The away man with 24 feet.
Just feel like all three of them, Wyndham and Matsuyama in particular, just need something to happen, like an unexpected birdie. Like something like this right here could well set them up for a little hour run.
That. Wow. Announcer's jinx, but let's just let Gary do some predictive putting.
There you go.
Chantel, I am quitting on any other prediction from now on in.
Well done, Hideki Matsuyama. 80th this season in strokes gained putting. The only category he loses strokes to the field is off the tee, and just by a small margin. Wyndham Clark's turn for a birdie. This from 6 feet. Oh, we're going. Sorry, Tom Kim has 9 feet.
It's another one of those pretty straight putts. I feel like it should break a little bit further left than I think it actually does. I just feel like it's easy to overread this and miss this right.
What'd you call this, Steve? The soft claw?
Yeah, soft claw. It just got a couple of fingers on it.
Neither of his birdies found at par 5s.
All right, Wyndham, hold up your end of the deal here. Played a beautiful tee shot. Second chop, just so-so. Decent pitch. Let's just cap it off here.
It's not at his best stuff on the greens today, huh, Gary?
It's just been a little up and down, isn't it? This is one of those ones I think just rights the ship. Get yourself back under par.
You are trying to call it again.
Oh, this is a given right here, Chantel. This is a US Open champion. This is going in.
For his third birdie of the day. Just over 6 feet for Wyndham. Aha! Gary the Psychic.
Fully quitting now.
Company at the top of the leaderboard, 5 under par now, includes Cam Davis with Ryan Gerard as our group makes their way to the 11th hole. What do we see at this par 4, Steve?
Always the tight landing area. The wind today in the players' faces. You've got to miss the bunkers left. You don't want to be in the deep grass to the right. So driving the fairway, the flag stick is gettable, but that's the key, driving the fairway.
I feel like I've heard you say that before.
Yeah, I'm just a broken record, you know. Just when you're out of position, then you just got to struggle for par. You take birdie out of play, unless you get really lucky in the rough. But no, some of these holes here, they set up at an angle that you've got to just fit it just right to find the fairway, which is good. Design-wise, it's very good.
13 birdies, 32 bogeys, and 7 doubles.
I think that's just set up by the tee shot here, Chantel. It's very easy to get a little quick at it, lose it in the trees left, and it's easy to steer away down that right side and lose it in the tree line right. So back into the wind, you don't have to take it over this bunker. If it wasn't into the wind, you would normally take it basically on the right edge of that bunker.
Hideki finding 4 fairways so far.
Nice challenge in the bunker.
He was talking to it, but there it is.
Couldn't hand place it any better.
Yeah, you're fine even there, and then anything, then obviously a little left of that.
Less than driver, Gary, for Wyndham.
Perhaps just one of those shapes that doesn't quite suit his eye. It's a right to left hole, and I think with drive you'd have to take it a little bit too close to that left tree line with as much shape as he's been hitting today. It's nice though when a 3-wood still goes 290.
Stay straight. Stay straight.
Can't relate.
If you can.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, I like the play though. That's fine. Interestingly, the tour average is that 90% of the players who drive it in the fairway make par or better.
Well, that adds up with what you keep telling us to find those fairways. Now Tom Kim, bogey free, finding 7 of 8 fairways so far today.
Good swing there.
Very similar line to Matsuyama. Beautiful shot there.
Very nice. We're seeing some good golf today.
Bright skies and some nice play that we've seen with our featured group, Wyndham Clark, Hideki Matsuyama, and Tom Kim, all together for our ESPN Plus coverage here, Quail Hollow Club.
The Wanamaker weighs 32 pounds. What weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Stanley Cup?
I know this question, but I forgot it. I should write it down next time.
Stanley Cup.
You are correct, and I believe you've probably held both.
I've held both. Yep.
Have you drank out of both?
Yep. It wasn't hard to do.
Hockey players are very strong. The Stanley Cup seems to be very big, and I would guess that it's not like fake in plastic, so we're gonna go with Stanley Cup on that one.
I don't even know what it looks like. That's probably embarrassing to say, but let's go with the Wanamaker.
Wanamaker.
Should have gone with your instinct.
Golly, I knew it.
Has to be the Stanley Cup.
It is, but only by 2 pounds.
Dang.
I'm gonna go with the Wanamaker. It's heavier. Shucks! Maybe next year.
Well, that's quite a trivia question. They stumped more than half these players.
You know, they ask that every year, and every year I forget. They should have asked Colin Morikawa, who won the Wanamaker, and apparently it was a little too heavy for him because the top quite literally came off.
Yeah, that was at Harding Park, wasn't it? I believe.
Sure was, 2020. A little extra adrenaline. Grabbing a major and grabbing that trophy. Well, as Wyndham sifts through this yardage here, Gary, now that we have seen you truly walking each step of this golf course, are you surprised at the score that has the lead right now, 5 under par?
I think that was about where my expectations were. I go back to Valhalla last year, and it was a similar length, similar softness, and you can't legislate against players who carry the ball 300 yards plus. So even though it's long, the ball's not running, they can still hit short irons into the majority of holes. You know, there's really not much you can do against the best players in the world on a soft golf course. But you know, I get a feeling it's amazing how much the course has dried out. Overnight, it's completely different in the fairways. We're not going to get any run the rest of the week, but there was standing water, and it's just all completely disappeared. It's just a phenomenal condition course, despite 4+ inches of rain. Incredible.
Yeah, we were talking about the sponginess of the fairways and the fact that we would not get mud balls. How has that played out, dried out with what we saw humidity-wise, matched with the sun and a gentle breeze coming through?
A little bit too, you know.
It's just the quality of turf is so good. It's like a mat, a mesh, and so the mud is not permeating through it when it lands, which is incredible.
We'll keep them on for here just to make, yeah, maybe
Quail doesn't lack for resources, and Johnny Harris does not want to have the best players in the game feeling like they don't have the best conditions for the championship, so nothing is left to chance.
I like it pretty much straight in. I like it coming down at the 11th.
Johnny, a good player in his own right, actually played golf at the University of North Carolina over there in Chapel Hill.
Yeah, perfect. Yep, perfect. It's a perfect club too, bud.
Used to carry about a 3 handicap.
Seems like there was a little extra discussion here for Wyndham, Gary. Any idea why?
I don't think so. They seem like they were pretty set on the club. 192, flag right in the middle of the green here, right on the dividing ridge. I feel like it's just a perfect sail line for him.
Huh. That was from 192 for Wyndham. Hideki, his approach will be 168.
Let's see if Hideki can get this figured out. It's just that the wind is above the trees, and up by the green you can feel it a little bit more there. I think that just got Wyndham. Didn't hit it as well as he could, but it certainly came up quite a bit short than he thought. A lot of these greens are exactly like this. The front half slopes to the front edge, the back half slopes to the back edge, and this is right on that dividing ridge.
Good reminder, since Hideki has fallen victim to sliding off the back of the green certainly more than once this round.
Green right on top of that knob. Anything long is just going to do that. Frontal pass.
Kim 160.
Outstanding position here for Tom. So he fitted it all the way down there to the narrowest part of the fairway. And now an opportunity to be aggressive here. I think pitch this 15 feet short of the flag. Should get a little bounce and leave it in a really good spot. You saw what happened to Hideki's ball that just released on that downslope.
He's found all but one fairway today. Only finding 6 greens so far. about that, Steve?
Good stuff. That is absolutely superb.
We got to see this again.
Take it dead aim. He liked it in the air. He was admiring it, and now loving it. That close to eagle.
Okay, let's pay some respect here. He's 120th best, and I say that respectively. The strokes gained off the tee on the PGA Tour. He's top 40 in approach to the green, so he certainly knows his strengths, and we just saw it right there.
Yeah, that was so well done. That's kind of in his wheelhouse, to your point. Put it in play off the tee, and it allowed him to take advantage of his strengths.
How about the clustering of where PGA Tour players elect to call home, which is something that, you know, maybe you're a casual golf fan tuning in for a major championship and people might not be completely familiarized. It's not like an NBA team, an MLB team, NFL, where you have a place you have to call home. Golfers can play wherever they want, and a good chunk of them choose to call Dallas, Texas home, Tom Kim being one of them. When you have the kinds of Scotty Schefflers around you to be able to play practice rounds with on the chance that you are home, how does that impact your game?
Well, it's all positive. In Kim's case, as you said, the friendship with Scheffler. Right here where we live on St. Simon's Island, Sea Island, we had 6 players from St. Simon's playing in the Masters a few weeks ago. And they all get together and play here, and they you know, they play for just enough that you got some bragging rights at stake. So it's good to be competitive, and I get it. South Florida has the same contingent of players now, but wherever you're comfortable. In Dallas, I think Dallas started to be a home because of the great airport there, centrally located. You can get in and out pretty easily. We have an airport here on the island at Sea Island. If you're able to fly privately, it makes it very convenient.
Gosh, got a cottage here at Quail Hollow, Steve. Talking about flying private from St. Simon's. Life is good.
Well, a lot of guys get together here, as they do probably in South Florida, and they share a plane or a ride share kind of thing. So it works out well. These hours add up. It's a quality of life issue. And over a period of 12 months, you know, those hours can become meaningful days.
Wyndham calls the Scottsdale area home. And that was a nice shot from him, wasn't it, Gary?
Yeah, that was just that perfect type of shot. Hit it in low, use a little check, bump it into a bank, and that was a piece of cake there. He made it look simple. It wasn't as simple as he made it look, but it certainly suits the way he plays those shots.
And Gary, you've got Sepp Straka living in the Birmingham area, do you not?
Yes, we do. Birmingham has become a really good little area to base yourself around. We got Shoal Creek and Greystone Country Club that, you know, allow the players to come out there, and great practice facilities, great golf courses. So Greystone right now is hosting PGA Tour Champions Regions tradition. So it's a hotbed. It's just like Sea Island without the ocean.
You got Vestavia, you got the Country Club of Birmingham, Mountain Brook, Old Overton. You got just a wealth of great courses there.
Good, it's because different grasses, different topography as well. So we got a lot of choices, which is great, as you say. Now up the hill here, pretty straight putt for Hideki.
33 feet for him to go back to back. We talked a lot about the rain. Monday, spectators weren't even allowed on property at Quail Hollow Club. Some people just love the grind. Hideki Matsuyama he was seen completely drenched in the rain, practicing his putting with his caddy holding the umbrella. It was quite a ridiculous sight, and just showing you what he was able to do with a beautiful shot, one of his 3 birdies at the 4th hole, the par 3, and back to the 11th for Wyndham for cleanup.
Good save. Very good save.
Okay, we were teasing this. I saw this on Austin Eckroat's Instagram, and I did the same thing everybody else did. I told everybody about it. Is this guy serious? I mean, standing water everywhere. Hideki's like, hold on, I want to work on some things. Well, apparently, some positive memories, as we saw just a hole ago at the 10th. Producing a 24-foot birdie putt. So who are we to knock the grind? All right, moving on to the 12th, Steve.
12th is, I think, one of the more underrated driving holes. You got the large trees left and right. If you don't fit it in the fairway just right, you're going to be blocked out. The flagstick today is right on the top right portion of the green. To get it close, you run the risk of taking on that slope behind it, so you got to be careful when you attack the flag.
This 12th hole, only 11 birdies, 36 bogeys, and some rut rows, 2 doubles.
Well, Chantal, if there was ever a chance of a mud ball, this would be where it would be at, because the ball's coming in from such a high angle. And this was the softest area yesterday, so I'll be really interested to see what the conditions are when the ball lands. But as you said, Steve, it is I think it's an aesthetically really pleasing drive, isn't it? Just to fit it between everything. You aim at that left greenside bunker, and it's only about 25 yards wide in the landing area, so a little bit more difficult. Actually, in 2017, it was the hardest fairway to hit. About 50% of players hit it.
And to your earlier comment, I believe it's the lowest part of the golf course, hence the moisture down there.
Yep. If you hit it 310, it gets past that tree on the right. So you feel really, really free here. Just starting right in the middle of the lip.
Tom Kim has never really made much noise in major championships. Certainly not at the PGA Championship, but his best finish came last year, as he is now 3 under and bogey-free at the 12th hole.
So Tom been doing what you need to do, in control of his driver, hitting it very, very straight. And you just got to keep doing this. You just got to keep relying on this for the whole tournament. And I think this is where it's all going to be set up for Tom to have success. Keep doing this. You'll have a chance, even though you're not the longest in the field.
A little leaderboard update, picking up a birdie at the 6th hole. Cam Davis now the leader, 6 under par.
Well, that started right and went right.
Let's get it past the tree.
Gary, you think it's almost beneficial for some players who might overthink things, the fact that there was limited amount of time to prepare for this major due to the weather circumstances?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. Yeah, you know, people, obviously the majors are on a pedestal, and with that comes players maybe trying harder or working harder and get out of their normal rhythms and routines. A lot of the time for the PGA professionals who, are so excited to have an opportunity of playing a major, they will tend to overwork until you played a few PGA Championships. So there's probably a lot to that. Give you a little bit more energy come the weekend as well.
And contrast that to Rory, who played 9 holes Tuesday and 9 holes yesterday. That was his practice routine.
That is way left early.
Wow.
Somewhere between those two will be good.
Okay, the tee is yours, Wyndham.
Yeah, based on that one, yeah.
Certainly to me that the whole suits a fade, so you can look down that left side and just peel it off that left greenside bunker.
And Wyndham would certainly feel comfortable.
Well, this looks great. And it is.
Position A. #107th playing of the PGA Championship. It is a beast of a course. Quail Hollow Club. We're back with more featured group coverage here on ESPN+. How about Cam Davis at the top of the leaderboard here in the opening round of the PGA Championship? He began his round on the back nine, picked up a birdie at the 10th hole, and lots of good play on display for this PGA Tour winner. Bogey the 13th, picked up another birdie at the 14th, and this at the 15th. Watch it go. Nice touch from behind the green. Par 4 18th hole. His second. Watching it. How good is this? Okay, made the turn at 3 under par. Picked up a birdie at the first hole. Ooh, that putter. And a beautiful tee shot at the par 3 4th. Another birdie, 5 under, and the 6th hole. Rolling the rock. Oh yeah, walk it in, will ya? And that'll get you to the tippity top here with Ryan Gerard now a stroke behind. Luke Donald 4 under with Ryan Fox, Alex Smalley, Steven Yeager. How about Keegan Bradley 3 under par? Adam Scott through 13 holes in a share of 7th with Matt Fitzpatrick and Viktor Hovland on the course now. Hey, people were poo-pooing Viktor Hovland, saying, oh yeah, okay, he won, but I don't know how his major championship form was. I had some hope, Steve.
Well, Viktor is always in search of perfect. And as they say, don't let perfection get in the way of the good. And if he can get out of his own way, you know, he's got immense talent. I mean, I stand in awe of his talent, but don't make the game harder than it is. All right, right. Hideki, Gary, I mean, what does he have, if anything?
Well, he clipped a tree off the tee. I think this is actually a very similar shot to the one we saw Tom Kim play on number 2. Or sorry, number 3. Big hook around the tree. Sorry, number 2, yeah. A big hook around the trees. Good lie. But there's a massive slope short of this green to see if we can get it running up.
Started right. Gary, can you help us?
Yeah, just short of the bunker down the right. It may have just toppled into the right green bunker, so pretty good effort from there. It was just such a massive slope, he couldn't crawl up there.
And now Tom Kim.
So managed to avoid any trouble, just in a little bit of pine straw. Keep those feet as quiet as you possibly can. 136. Flag about 10 feet on top of that big slope, just short of the flag.
When you get in pine straw, it's a little bit like pickup sticks. You want to move the pine needles around, but you're so afraid you're going to move the ball.
That's where you don't want 3 cups of coffee.
That's right.
Great analogy. I don't know if they still make those.
Probably not. I guess the kids today would look at me like I had 2 heads.
Yeah, they're on their PlayStation.
Mm-hmm. That's long and left, and he's got his work cut out for him, but not so here with Wyndham Clark. A perfect tee shot.
Just has kind of been what we've seen to this point. Any mud that gets picked up the ball is just a tiny little smear. There's just a little bit on the ball. Couldn't affect it.
134, and he's only found 5 greens so far today. Just a tick off over and over.
Trying to play it low to bounce it back there.
Oh, this is. That was almost so good, Steve. That needed 4 more feet. That was going to be really tight.
Yeah, that was clever. I like that.
And now it's off the green.
It is off the green. I like the play, though.
That's not the first time you've said that today, Steve. What does Wyndham do different that's unconventional, that allows for a little more creative freedom?
He works backwards from the shot that's required, and he just makes it happen that way. And he's got great imagination. Even though he plays left to right all the time, he can go the other way when asked, and play a low shot like that. As Gary and I said, it was a perfect shot to try to skip it back to that back right hole location.
Imagination. That's a word we don't hear constantly since we're nosediving into all these stats on the PGA Tour. Gary, what percentage of players in this day and age would you say have that kind of imagination?
Well, it's certainly less than it was 10 years ago. I mean, you'll be surprised that some of these younger guys, even though they're based in numbers, there is still that element there. I just don't think you could be successful without it, to an extent. Now, some obviously have way more than others. Now, a little bit of imagination needed here. This is a very tricky shot for Hideki, where he's got that massive slope between here and the hole. So, got to see if you can drive it up that slope.
Hideki's 5 for 6 scrambling. But this is first look at a sand save.
Just going to wait for the group in front to hit off the tee.
That's a new tee to the right here of the 12th green. It's right and lower. It used to be back behind the camera tower you see there, but they moved it to the right.
So to me, Steve, this is a shot that Wyndham would feel pretty comfortable doing, hitting it low and driving it. For Hideki, tends to hit it a little higher, a little bit trickier, where that slope is right where there's every chance he'll hit it and spin back.
long bunker shot is hard enough, but to have a pin location like that makes it even tougher.
Dastardly.
With a capital D.
You don't hear that word every day.
I think, well, we're doing the sort of the is it me, is it you for the guys on the next tee. Now this is actually a pretty tricky shot here, Steve. If this doesn't get the right contact, this will release and could easily run off the green. So the lie's decent, but you still got to get the right contact here.
He's perfect scrambling today, is Tom Kim.
Steady,
Easy.
steady.
Easy.
There it goes.
How did that stop, Gary?
Run, Tom. There we go. That was 440 speed there. Impressive.
Well, I'll say.
Not quite 40-yard dash speed, but it's pretty good for a golfer.
We're all athletes, Chantal.
I fully agree.
Should see me bench pressing 90. It's impressive.
6 times, Gary?
Well, I might get up to 8 if I've set well.
Looks like quite a bit of movement in the flag as the wind picked up this hole.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's pretty constant, just sort of that 7 to 10. So the very similar shot to what we've seen Wyndham play a lot of here. That low bumper bank.
Shot's easier in the second cut. Easy.
It is a very old school method of playing, and that's the shot that I grew up playing, that I've had to learn how to use the bounce, and I really want to go back to that, and I don't know how to do it again. It's weird, isn't it? You train yourself, and I come across that shot all of the time, and I'm stuck. But I've kind of committed to using the bounce more, and it's going against what I believe.
You say the 5th wedge to your bag, you'll be fine, okay?
Exactly. Hideki looking at a similar type of shot.
4th shot. All right, take your medicine. Take your bogey and move on. You got out of position big time. Gary, this would be like stealing for Kim if he makes this for par.
It really would be. I tell you what, I think he hit a really good chip. It was just so difficult because everything just ran away from it. Just got to keep the speed up here. This is, I think, a little bit slower of a putt than it looks.
15 feet for a bogey-free round to be preserved. Five feet left for Wyndham here.
Well, this putt is slow, and you got to match up very carefully the break and the speed here. It's the early break that gets you on these putts.
Everything drags to this right edge of this green, doesn't it? So I think it's just on that right lip.
Very well done.
And you know where this next tee is.
Yeah, and it really fits better to the right there, and it's lower, and you shoot up into the slope of the green from there, as opposed to way left of golfers left of that current location now.
Let's give you some perspective of what we see here at this 205-yard par 3.
Yeah, so you go uphill, the flagstick left, but you just play off the middle of the green. Don't flirt with going left here. You don't have a lot of room for error.
And the movement of the green, as the arrows indicate, false front, where it will just fall in front of the green.
I think, Chantel, this is the hole you play defense on. I know it looks pretty benign, 205 yards, but just make par, move on. Group up ahead, still on the green, Gary, it appears.
It is indeed, yeah. And it's one of these holes with a massive fall off short. And as the course dries, yesterday that ball was running off about 15 yards. I think by the end of the weekend it will run off 30 to 40 yards. So the course is just changing minute by minute. It is estimate and the conditioning.
That group ahead, Ludwig Oberg at 1 under, Patrick Reed even par, and Jordan Spieth 3 over. Oh, here in Charlotte, North Carolina, a little feature of highlights from the wildlife today. Here at the PGA Championship, Quail Hollow Club. Last time we were here in 2017 for this major championship, 8 under par, and the winner, Justin Thomas. So many good storylines, Steve, coming into this major. I mean, people were going to be hypnotized by, of course, could Rory go for 2 in a row? Has he been unleashed? Doesn't appear so after that over par opening round. But people wondered, Jordan Spieth, what could he possibly do with his chance to slam dunk at that career Grand Slam? Scottie Scheffler, of course, always someone you need to pay attention to. And even last week, Tommy Fleetwood showing some promise, perhaps getting that first major championship.
You know, Tommy's someone I keep thinking and hoping that he will find his way into the winner's circle for that major. He certainly has been there a lot. I so admire his game. I really admire even more the way he plays the game. He's a class act.
Certainly so, and even another Wanamaker winner, Colin Morikawa, felt like he was starting to find his groove, making a caddy switch. Big change.
Yeah, it's always about the intangibles, I call it, between a caddy and a player. And those intangibles are not always the same among player caddy.
Ludwig Oberg playing in only his second PGA Championship, last year missing the cut.
Ludwig was right in the Masters this year until a dreadful finish on 17 and 18, but he was right there. You forget that. You know about Justin, of course you know about Rory, but Ludwig was there to the end.
I think so because the draw goes a little further. Yeah, 100%. Where you have it coming down on. Yeah, which is just a hard. I didn't mind the draw actually. Okay. Yeah. Those kids are that kid in orange. See the guy in the I was looking at the guy in the blue, just right at the guy in the orange. Have it come down right there. So start a draw at him. And if you feel more comfortable with the straight one, just off. I'm fine. That gets there too. All right.
Speaking of Justin Rose, he is 1 over making the turn. Wyndham with the honors here, Gary.
Look at that land this about 195 yards. Gets it right on top of that slope on the falls front.
Short-sighted himself.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
It's on an upslope, which may not be too bad there.
Tom Kim coming off of his first bogey of the day. He's found 7 greens so far in this first round.
It's one of those shots, Steve, that with the whole green slopes off to the left, if you do play it aggressively and run off short side, it's not too bad because you're pitching back into the slope. So if you want to be, if the number's right and the club's right, you can be semi-aggressive with this.
Okay.
Flared that one.
That's a wipe to the right.
The whole green is yours, Hideki.
So the shot he's been fighting is that one that he tries to fade and it starts just a little left and stays left. It might be a better shot, might be just try to play a little draw here from the center of the green.
Only 17 birdies found here so far today. Closest to the pin, Gary, Tyler Collette, one of the Corebridge Financial Group 20.
I like it.
We've got some scrambling to do here at the par 3 13th hole. Quail Hollow Club, the host of this year's 2025 PGA Championship. We'll be right back. 2021, he slipped on the green jacket, carrying the torch for Japan. Just one executed shot after another. Certainly that iron work we've come to know and love on display, Steve.
Yeah, it was the breakout moment for Hideki, but this moment right here, his caddy Shota Hayafuji bowed in reverence to the course, took the flag. It was an unbelievable gesture.
Well, that moment went viral and printed on t-shirts. There's plenty of respect in this game, but that certainly was a beautiful showing of it. This team has been a great pair. Part of the Olympics last year. A little rough sailing getting out of Paris. And they certainly had another great memory to kick off this year, winning in record-setting fashion at the kickoff to 2025.
Kapalua was devoured by Hideki.
Poor Colin Morikawa. He's like, I just don't know what else I can do. This guy is ridiculous. Pretty close to the exact quote. I think he had an expletive in his.
Yeah, probably.
Right. Here's the second shot at the 13th for Tom Kim.
Clever. Very clever.
.35 under par. I think that will hold for long, the way guys are playing, what we're seeing, course setup.
Well, Scotty took a shot at it a couple of weeks ago.
He sure did. That was his first win of the season after 7 last year. Wyndham Clark, his second. And one more to scramble here. Hideki.
Kept it under the hole. That's fine.
He is 4th best when it comes to sand save percentage, is Hideki. It's so far this season on the PGA Tour. I mean, going back to what you were saying about the Asia Pacific Amateur, getting him into the Masters for the first time, going on to slip on the green jacket. We've seen flashes of absolute brilliance from Hideki Matsuyama. But at the same time, the injury has been the bugaboo. I mean, 11 PGA Tour wins, and you kind of wonder, even at 33, could there have been more?
Yeah, you make a good point there. You know, all golfers deal with these minor injuries, and they affect each player so differently. You could have something like, I'm making this up, tendonitis in your elbow, and that could sideline you for a long time. So you just hope that you can play unhurt and sort of escape, if you will, the issues with injuries.
Eleven is not a bad resume. Not to take anything away from him.
with a major, I might add. Yeah.
Wyndham has 6 feet 8 inches to save par.
Never got it high enough.
It's his third bogey of the day, falling back to even. Now Wyndham Clark's first PGA Tour win came at this venue for the regularly scheduled PGA Tour stop. 19 under par. He won by 4 strokes over Xander Schauffele. Poor Xander. I mean, he keeps getting into contention here, and it just gets ripped away from him.
And amazingly, Wyndham has played in 4 PGA Championships in the past. It only made the cut 1 time. That was at Kiel when he was like 75th. So doesn't have a record of any kind in this championship.
Hideki with 5 feet. He's gaining a stroke and a half on the field with the flat stick. So let's see it on display.
There you go.
Aha.
Good up and in.
Hideki currently 7th in the world.
He is a true icon, Chantel, in Japan. He is their hero. He's the face of Japanese golf. But he represents himself and the game very well.
Tom Kim's turn to scramble. 4.5 feet.
Remains 2 under. Pick up a birdie or 2 coming in. He could possibly drive the 14th hole coming up. 15 reachable in 2, par 5. But then 16, 17, 18 will decide the fate.
And to your point, here's the water that surrounds the upcoming holes, starting with the 14th up that left side. Same for the 15th. And we saw Rory get a little frisky.
I really like this hole. Tom Fazio reimagined this as a drivable par 4, but you've got to fit it among all of those bunkers there guarding the right-hand side of the landing area. You've got to tumble it down from the right. You don't want to carry it to the green. A lot of players, the longest players, going with a 3-wood. You can still reach the green easily with the 3-wood. Looks easy sometimes, but also plays hard.
Here's one he can take advantage of. 55 birdies. So you don't want to be the odd one out.
Jordan's 312.
Earlier in the day, they were waving up groups. I'm assuming they're still doing the same if there's a group on the green.
Yeah, the group ahead appears to be finishing up.
I would have noticed. I know you would. I was just helping.
So Kim going with probably a 3-wood. You can run it on the screen. You could land it 30 yards back, and with the lay of the land, it'll scoot the ball down toward the putting surface.
So 6 under leads, but 2 under par is good for a share of 19th. This is the second easiest hole at Quail Hollow Club. The first being the 15th ahead.
It's going left. That's got to be careful. There's water there. Ooh, that has found the water.
Yep, those ripples, not good. Hideki's turn.
Going with an iron. You remember the 8th hole? He laid up with a 3-wood. He's laying up here with an iron. And it's going to be, oh, that's okay. First cut. That's fine. Rely on his wedge game.
Yeah, it's still right there.
Balls have found the water at this hole, and one of those is Tom Kim's. Wyndham's turn now.
It doesn't fit his fade, so he's got to be careful here. Yeah, he lost it right. It's amazing how many awkward shots that you hit when a hole doesn't fit your eye.
And the winner at this property, Wyndham Clark. We're hoping for a little more from him. Even par on the day, as the water has some friends here at Quail Hollow Club. One, two, three.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do we get an A?
Steve, were you eating raisins out of the container with a spoon earlier?
Yep, I was.
I have never seen that in my life.
Well, I didn't want to take the time to put them in a bowl or something. They're just kind of a pick-me-up. You caught me. Busted.
I sure did. I have never seen someone love raisins enough to the point that they just have them straight. So
I just needed something, a little pick-me-up.
Good for you. I'm glad you got.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does. Ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
short par 4. But there's company in the water. Tom Kim right in the H2O. Hideki Matsuyama electing for an iron off the tee. Snuck right up in that first cut. And Wyndham Clark way out there on the right side.
I would call that the good, the bad, and the ugly. Tee shots out here in 14.
Sum it up perfectly.
Not a one. Well, Hideki's okay, but the other two, not so good.
Just figuring out where it crossed for the drop here for Tom Kim.
He gets 2 club lengths, but he didn't want to go too far up the hill, so he got a reasonably level and flat line.
And that is something that the pros, and specifically the caddies who know the rules, are very good at the professional level, knowing how to take a drop.
Well, the good rule of thumb is that if it's a penalty drop, you get 2 club lengths. If it's a temporary obstruction or a catch basin for the drainage, you'd only get relief and a club length. So keep that in mind.
Well, it's off the left. I know the ball's above you. You like that start line? Okay, come on.
My guess is he's going to play out to the right. If he goes at the flag, there's no way he can stop it.
He's certainly set up that way. Third shot here for Tom Kim.
And he took it on. He's see the result. Got greedy.
And his reaction, oh my God.
Now Hideki, second shot. It's going to be a little right of the flagstick.
53 yards to the hole.
And you see how difficult that was to try to go on that line. And I can't imagine what Wyndham's got here. He's got to be careful. He can go long very easily here.
Wyndham clearly taking it high, moving the ropes, all kinds of concerns for Wyndham.
They have certainly mucked up this very relatively simple drivable par 4 here.
And the par 5 7th they made a mess of, and here at the 14th they're not producing much in the holes that you'd like to see some opportunity.
He's in that large drain there to what we just mentioned. He gets relief and a club length. And I'm guessing he's going to putt it from here just to be safe.
Yeah, for a guy who we've outlined the imaginative mind around the greens and how he plays his shots a little different than others. Playing it safe with that water lurking, not a bad idea. All right, Tom Kim from the greenside bunker.
Fourth shot. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, that would have been some par. Take your medicine.
Beware of the early celebration.
Yeah. Count yourself fortunate to make 5 after you kind of hacked it around here. That was a brilliant bunker shot.
That'll be a second bogey in the last 3 holes after making bogey at the 12th. Gosh, 3 under through 11.
Yeah, they're kind of spewing oil right now, Chantel. And they got one more gettable hole. Then the rest, 16, 17, 18, anything but.
Hideki will have 25 feet ahead of him. But Wyndham, oh, a wedge.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
He's bold.
He's very confident, that's all I can say. Just be short conscious.
What percentage of players do you think would use a wedge here?
10% maybe. It's not a bad play.
Pretty sporty.
Yeah, you're pitching off this tight Tahoma grass we talked about earlier. It's a good play. That's why the higher handicapper, loves to putt it, or a great choice of clubs is to take a hybrid and use a putting stroke with a hybrid. It's an easier shot rather.
Yeah, my problem is I don't practice that, so I'll just resort to putter. Wyndham 5 for 8 scrambling today. You hate to hear 8 scrambling opportunities through only 13 holes.
That's not good. Definitely not good.
So Hideki, 24 feet here. He's gaining almost 2 strokes on the field with the putter. How about that? For his 4th birdie of the day, to move to 2 under par.
And Wyndham's got a little bit longer than I thought. He's got about 5 feet away here for par.
Yeah, the camera angle made it a little deceiving.
So at best, this group's going to play the whole 1 over. Now this putt is right back into the green. Tiff Dwarf always follows the setting sun. Well done.
Good finish. Well, that confidence paid off. I'm impressed.
Chantel, you'd be amazed at the number of good players that get the chipping yips. BJ had it, went cross-handed. Matt Fitzpatrick went cross-handed, all stemming from maybe little jittery hands around the greens. All right, good par there, Becky.
Well, it's not often we're highlighting a bogey, but let's check in with PGA professional Joe Hallett in Frisco, Texas from the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile.
Chantel, Steve, I just saw 2 shots. I saw Tom Kins. I saw a shot I don't have the skill set for, and then I saw another shot I don't have the guts to hit, but I'm going to try and show. You want to just control your follow through, but you got to be aggressive while you do it. So Kim played kind of a unique shot for viewers out there. If you just get up here, you can pop the ball out It's not going to have a lot of spin on it. In case you have the flag stick real close to you, control your follow through, and you're going to control how far it goes. And someday I'll get some guts to try that other one.
Joe, good advice. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, well said. We've got to see this again. Got right to the hole and decided it didn't want to go in, but watch that swing.
All great bunker players have fast hands, and that's what he did just then. He did it beautifully. Not the exact result he was hoping for, but a heck of a shot nevertheless.
Yes, it was. In the water off the tee, but to finish like that, a bogey, you can walk away with at least a little smirk. Gary's back with us, and we're at the 15th for Hideki.
A little left to right wind here, so it's pushing it towards the bunkers. So you've got to take it a little bit closer to that tree than maybe you want.
Come on back. Oh, get there. Wow.
Gary, would you ever take a 3-wood, maybe close the face a little bit if you're Wyndham, and hit a low hook down there to just kind of run it with the slope of the land?
Well, that's certainly, you know, with the shape that he has and a driver and having to take it so close to that tree, that's certainly something that will possibly be a shot, but I think he's just got to go with what his strength is and just take it right down that left side.
That's where he's aiming. We started actually over the edge of the lake. It looks great in the air. Well, kudos to him. That's actually terrific. Good play.
You gotta play your shape, don't you? I mean,
yeah, you do.
The way they train themselves nowadays, modern players, it's a very one-dimensional game off the tee. And you know, maybe back in the days of wound balls and different faces and everything, it was easier to work it anyway. But
yeah.
I think you just, if you know it's moving back to the right, man, just go play it.
I remember JT at the 72nd hole of the Players played that 5-wood back in his stance and just hit a sharp hook out there. It's a gutsy shot, but he pulled it off. And now Kim.
So the distance Tom's been hitting it today, that right bunker at 315 may be in play.
298 is average driving distance today.
Can't be disappointed.
We'll hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE. Get started today. take a look at the leaderboard here in the opening round of the PGA Championship. Cam Davis putting on a show, 6 under par, only 1 bogey, that coming at the par 3 13th hole as he is closing it out. At the 9th, JT Poston at 3 under with a host of other players, Tyrrell Hatton, Aaron Rye through 15 holes. How about Rafa Campos through 10 holes? He could keep climbing. Scotty Scheffler. You surprised in Scotty, Xander, and Rory's play today?
Disappointed for Rory, pleased for the others. How's that?
Seems fair. And here with our featured group, Wyndham Clark, Tom Kim, and Hideki Matsuyama at this par 5. Tom Kim, well, a little bit further back, but in position. Hideki Matsuyama over in that fairway bunker, and Wyndham Clark scooted ahead there. Birdies came from those balls in red. You got some eagles out there indicated by yellow, and bogeys are worse. Only a few here, and those are indicated with the gray balls. This is the data that players are given by their coaching staff, by their stats team before a major championship. They literally get a packet of information, Steve. It's down to that much of a science at this point. So you're not just doing the homework on the golf course, you were literally sifting through pages.
I just wonder, when is too much too much?
Let's go back to field players. How about that?
Yeah, there you go.
272.
Hideki got out of position in the bunker. All he could do is lay up, and now what became an easy par 5 is not so anymore. But Kim's in great shape, set to play. Gary?
Just inside 270 for Tom, so winds uphill. Big bunker short. Wouldn't be terrible today. Wind just into left to right. So Tom's got to have his Sunday best up there. That's short right. That should be really good.
It's a great leave. Could not have left it any better. Good play.
Yeah, I've been doing all kinds of shit. Yeah. They're working, but I saw what they've been doing. Yeah. I was just. Nah, they're framed.
So 99 of the top 100 players in the official world golf ranking in the fields this week. The only one missing, Billy Horschel, out with hip surgery. Here's a little fun fact. 9 of the last Wanamaker Trophy winners have been earned by American players. Does that trend continue, Gary?
Well, the law of averages have said no. It's time for the rest of the world to step up.
Look at what you did with that.
I like that. Ryder Cup year. Yeah, this is it. We're going to turn it all around.
Yeah, the Europeans have eaten up PGA Tour wins, including last week with Sepp Straka.
Sepp's from Valdosta. Come on, Chantel.
So you're saying we can use him at Bethpage this year?
I wish. Born in Austria, came to Valdosta. He speaks South Georgia, okay? All right, Wyndham going with a long iron here.
Yeah, smashed it way up there. Good 30 yards past Tom. Slide down slope though, so slide down slope first cut, trying to get it up the hill. Got to take advantage of the length here. It certainly is impressive to get it that high from that lie. I think that'll be okay there, Steve.
I do too. I think it's a good lead. An easy bunker shot going right back up the hill. If it carried over, likelihood it goes through the back of the green. That was struck well.
342 off the tee. The longest drive here today was Nikolai Højgaard. 350.
And to Gary's point, he played his typical left to right shot, took the lake on, faded it back over the trees, and got rewarded with a good tee shot.
Hideki, meanwhile, taking his time to get to the screen, should we say?
Yeah, was not rewarded with his tee shot. If he's in the first cut of rough, it'll be hard to spin it. Hence, hard to get it close to this front hole location.
He's actually a relatively thick lie here, Steve, so missed the fairway and then missed the fairway with the layup. It'll suddenly make this hole a lot harder.
I'll say. Oh, wow, we can't even see the ball.
Well, he gave that everything he could, and that's not going to get to the green, but that was pretty impressive to move it that far.
Again, 5 eagles, 56 birdies here, only 6 bogeys. And Hideki making this harder than it needs to be. Here at the 15th, the last par 5 of the day. Talking about 9 of the last Wanamaker Trophy winners, American players. This is more of a realistic stat, though. Each of the last 8 PGA championships were won by someone who already had multiple major championship titles.
Speaks to experience, not afraid of the big moment or the big stage. That's good. I like that.
You know what seems to be talked about not enough is the fact that getting into team play, whether that be President's Cup or on a Ryder Cup, that really produces kinds of players. I mean, look what it did for Scotty Scheffler. Not that he wasn't probably already going to do wonderful things in the game, but it seems to be pretty pivotal.
Well, remember, he got picked on that team at Whistling Straits, and everyone questioned that pick, and boy, did he exonerate himself well, and that of the captain's pick. Sure. He went from a who's he to a who's who.
Very fast. What a cool shot.
You know, Ludwig was very much like that for the last Ryder Cup over in Rome. He'd only turned pro for like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, your first major, the Masters, and you make a splash. Pretty impressive. Well, let's see a splash here from Hideki.
That's a perfect lie.
Aha.
Just what we'd expect.
Look at what Wyndham has ahead. This is 3rd.
Yeah, so fairly simple shot here. Another good lie. It's one where it's just that first bounce is going to be just a little to the right with the angle of the slope coming out of this bunker.
That is superb. Good play, good forward.
Steve, it's amazing. The trajectory he has, but the spin he gets on it, it really is spectacular how he plays these shots around the green.
We're watching it again.
Angle.
Very handy.
Where's Joe Hallett when you need him? So, Gary, this is the 4th longest layout in PGA Championship history at 7,626 yards. Does it feel every bit of it?
Yes, it does, because there's enough uphill shots as well. But it's, you know, when you fly at 300 yards, it doesn't seem that long for a lot of these players. This is a very makeable chip from here. Look at this.
Is that on tape, Gary?
That was beautiful after what we just saw at the 14th. He said, all right, this one's going in for eagle. Back to 3 under par is Tom Kim. Well, Hideki tapped, not his best showing at this par 5. One more look at the magic in the hands here. Tom Kim. Gary said it was makeable, and it was. As players navigate their way around the course this week, danger will be lurking in the form of the Green Mile. The last 3 holes at Quail Hollow have been called a nightmare over the years. Here's why. In the PGA Championship in 2017, there were more double bogeys or worse on these 3 holes than there were birdies or better. Okay, so of those, 12 were triple or quadruple bogeys. And listen to this, that matches the number of triples or worse on the first 15 holes. A lot of the danger comes from the water that's in play that we showed you. And since the PGA Tour returned here in 2003, more than 1,800 golf balls have found the water in this stretch of holes. So all that to say, in recent history, no finish in major golf has been more treacherous to navigate than this one. Not Winged Foot, not Kiowa, and not Car Nasty. When it comes down to it, no one is safe walking the Green Mile. What is at stake? Well, a major championship on the line, and 16, 17, 18 looking you in the face, Steve.
Yeah, it's only 535-yard par 5 with a lake down the left, the lake behind the green, bunkers right. But other than that, it's not a very difficult hole, Chantel. You know, kind of a walk in the park. We've seen so many balls find the lake long and left. Scotty was there earlier, which was a real shocker.
The stats to back it up.
So, yeah. 3 birdies all day long.
Starting like right edge of that scoreboard. Exactly.
The number 5 to start yardage at a par 4. Not exactly a welcome sight for Tom Kim.
Well, I got good news. At least it's a little bit downwind, a little bit right to left, so it's a very comfortable wind shape and wind direction. Make it just a little easier.
I missed it.
Okay, nice soft bounce. That'll be fine. Just be a long way in.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, you mean like stay short? Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get that because then I have to thread it. Yeah. Okay. That's 311. 311. Yeah. I'll hit the lower one. Yeah, right? You feel comfortable with that? Yeah. I really like that. Right to left.
So this is one of those cases that, you know, Wyndham doesn't have to smash this, and he'll still have a very comfortable shot in. And so this wind is a comfortable win where you can just hold it up a little bit with that cut and still have a relatively short club in.
It's 308 carry.
Gary, you nailed it. Ball speed 186. He got to 194 earlier today, so that was all about putting the ball in play.
Yeah, I think that's a really good sign of discipline, isn't it? Because it's easy to get distracted at the start of the green mile and a massive par 4, and you've got to give it a little extra. Yeah, Wyndham stayed very much within his comfort levels there, that's his kind of his fairway finder, and it's a nice fairway finder to have, isn't it? Carry 308.
Yeah, he's, to your point, he's already long enough, so don't run the risk of putting it somewhere other than the fairway trying to gain extra yardage.
So Hideki has the tendency to maybe try and swing it a little hard on some of these types of shots. And that one's leaking just a little bit right, like the previous drive. Just okay.
Yeah, okay is right.
The Green Mile continues as we track this featured group from start to finish here in the opening round, the 107th PGA Championship. We'll be right back here on ESPN Plus.
They call it the Green Mile, and it's justified. I think it's the toughest stretch of holes in the world. You have to hit perfect shots, or you're going to make bogey or much worse.
You're trying to sign for 3 pars. You know, if you get to sneak a birdie in, that's an advantage.
There's nothing hidden. It's right in front of you, and you got to go execute and hit some golf shots, that's for sure.
When people come off this golf course, the last thing they remember is the last 3 holes, and they think, whoa.
That Green Mile that keeps getting longer somehow, even in perfectly calm conditions. Every single shot is a test.
Well said by John Rahm. The Green Mile somehow keeps getting longer. It quite literally has, backing up to the 16th.
Well, it's hard to imagine a par 4, 525 yards. And they moved the tee back to get there, so it made it even harder just with that length alone. Right today, playing 535. Yeah, that's right.
99 double bogeys or worse. 3 holes we're talking about. There's a reason why we highlight this stretch anytime we come here. By the way, you just saw Justin Thomas, who of course won this championship the last time it was played at Quail Hollow Club. He's one of the only 3 players to make birdie at the 16th hole today. The other 2 were Joaquin Niemann and Aaron Rai.
And JT pitched in from behind the green and thick rough to do so. you think about it, the 16, 17, 18, you got to hit 5 full shots, okay? Does that sound like a lot? No, but it really is. And you can't miss one of the 5 and expect to escape bogey-free on these last 3 holes. What do we have? What does Kim have left out there?
Well, he's got 232, and it's a completely blind shot, so not exactly ideal. There's a tree above this hill, and it's about 15 to 20 yards left of that. That's basically the only landmark you have up there.
Now we're looking from behind the player, and to your point, Gary, we see nothing but the slope of the hill, trees to the left of 14.
Yeah, so it's gone up there, and he's got a decent look at it now. You just got to trust. Yeah, Steve, you and I have played enough links golf where sometimes you get your best shots, don't you? Because you're not distracted. You're hitting to a very specific target instead of avoiding something.
Sure.
So look at a pitch this, about 215 yards would be ideal. The whole field was hitting a lot of 30 and 40-foot lag putts yesterday from the middle of the green up to this back left.
Wind is helping from the right.
So 5-iron, Tom. Started at that right bunker, and it's staying there. The tree moved.
Must be it. Hideki's turn.
And, yep, now Hideki.
So Hideki always been a very good long and mid-iron player. I think this is one of these shots that I wouldn't be surprised if he hits a decent one here, because this sort of just look, it sets up really well. Everything sets down below you. The wind coming right to left. You aim this right in the middle of the green and just let it just drift over there and just get a little bit of release.
He's top 25 in terms of approach from over 200 yards.
.212. Oh, and I think he's done it as well. This is on an incredible line. Just going on the wind, and now that's got to sit.
Let's see. Oh, got right up against the thick stuff. What a bad break. And Wyndham, Gary.
Yeah, there's just those 2 cuts on that bank there that it's high enough to slow it down, where it just nuzzles up against that thick cut. That's going to test Hideki. 208 for Wyndham. Enjoyed watching Wyndham play today, with all the power, the ability to hit different shots.
Gary, distance measuring devices are legal this week. Is anyone in this group using a rangefinder?
I haven't seen anyone.
Okay.
Right there, it's off the right, quartering like a touch of help. Right? No, I was just saying, it's just not like the smash one. All right. Still okay with draw? Still okay with draw. But you don't need to grip down a little bit. Yep, I love that. I love that.
Okay,
Perfect, bud.
There's the confirmation, and there's that great relationship where there's just that incredibly positive last thought before he swings the club. It's just waved out a little to the right there. That's fine though. To get it on the top level, that's a very, very good shot.
There you go. 7th green found today. Might as well be here.
All right, so that's 2 of the 5 full shots he's got to hit. He's give him an A for both.
Wyndham at 1 under par. That's good for a share of 29th right now on the leaderboard. There is company at the top. Pair of 66 shot by Ryan Gerard and Cam Davis. We got Luke Donald in a share of 3rd. Ryan Fox, Alex Smalley, Stephen Yeager, Aaron Rye in a share of 8th at 3 under par. Alex Noren, JT Poston, Ryo Hitsutsune, Nico Echevarria, Matt Fitzpatrick, Robert McIntyre. He's still got Ben On finishing his round. Tyrrell Hatton, Colin Morikawa, a Wanamaker winner, and of course in our group, Tom Kim. Scotty Scheffler with the 69, Adam Scott. And plenty of company in the 2 under party.
Anything par or better today is good. Rory's got some work to do tomorrow, being 3 over. Jordan Spieth is struggling, made some late birdies, but he's a couple over, I think. I haven't checked his card lately, but the 2 players who probably have a lot on the line. Spieth, in this case, could join Rory in that major Grand Slam category.
Yeah, Jordan's at 4 over par right now. Brooks Koepka at 4 over par as well. Justin Rose at 3 over. And you mentioned Rory McIlroy, 3 over par as well.
So uphill all the way for Tom, and everything runs away past the hole. So tendency will become up short here. Steady, steady.
Not bad though.
Hideki right up against that rough, Gary.
Right, you watch players' body language, and there's not too much messing around and looking and re-looking and trying different shots. So I think it's one where it's just laid up enough where you can slide that club under, just pop it up there.
Almost hopped it in.
Well, Gary, we were talking about the resume of Hideki Matsuyama a couple of holes back. Of course, he won the Masters in 2021. But are you surprised we haven't seen him in contention more at major championships?
I think it just talks to the strength and depth of world golf, doesn't it? Where there's so many players that can win major championships. You know, maybe back in Tiger's Day or Jack's Day, you may have looked at 20 players, and of that 20, maybe only 10 were playing decently for that week. I just think the strength and depth is so deep now that you can play really well at a major and finish 15th.
Tell that to Xander Schauffele.
This is an amazing stat with Hideki. I think this speaks volumes. He's played in 48 major championships and has only missed 5 cuts. That's pretty good.
That is a badge of honor, just like his consecutive made cuts at majors that you outlined earlier. Wyndham had that lengthy 36-foot eagle putt. There it is. Longest active streak, which is not a surprise.
Takes a lot of pride in his game, and it shows.
You said earlier on, Steve, he almost carries the weight of a nation, doesn't he? There's so much expectation and so much scrutiny on every part of his game. When I was a rookie, I played quite a bit with Ryo Ishikawa, and he had the same amount of scrutiny and wasn't getting the results, and it was so taxing, I think, because there was so much coverage of every shot, every practice round, and everything that came with it. And Hideki has handled that stress and that pressure so well. This one just breaking very, very gently to the left.
Well, Hideki, best by 7. The next best in terms of consecutive cuts made at majors is Xander Schauffele.
Gary, to your point, Aoki suffered that in his career as well. He carried the banner for the Japanese player, and it really got too much for him. He came close to winning a couple majors and didn't get it done, and I think he retired before his time because of that.
It's tough. It's just such a hard thing to do, to make a living at golf, especially when people care about you and people want to know why you're struggling. Even at my level of playing PGA Tour golf, there were so many people that were always checking on you and making sure everything was all right when they looked at your results. You just got to try and get away from getting defined by results and just get back to doing what you do best, which is play golf.
Well, you nail it. I speak to, like, our college program at Florida. I said, don't let your golf score define who you are as a person. They have a hard time separating the two.
10 feet here for Tom Kim for par.
See a big putt here to back up the previous hole's eagle.
That's 3 bogeys in the last 5 holes.
Right center? Yeah. Yours is tracking right, Yeah.
And I said that last putt was for eagle, thinking about the yardage of this hole. In fact, you've got 3 feet left here for Wyndham. And of course, this just for par.
It was a very un-Wyndham-like putt, the first putt, wasn't it, to leave it that far short.
Mission accomplished. Par at 16.
Well, despite a bogey a moment ago, Tom Kim still the best round in this group. Would you have thought that at the beginning? Well, the iron game is his strength, and we've seen that on display over and over again, even taking it low, Steve.
Yeah, very creative. He's hitting the shot that is called for, and he does it well. Here at 11, watch this. That close for eagle.
He did make one, but we'll show you first what happened at 14. The tee shot in the water, and so this would have been for par, but early celebration, flag got in the way, and so he settled for bogey. And at the 15th, he wanted revenge, so he got it with that double circle. Just picking apart the golf course. Moving on through the green mile here, Steve.
You go from one hard, long par 4 to one hard, long par 3. You play defense on 17. It's so easy to actually hit the green left of the flagstick and find the water. So you want to aim right, miss right. If you take on the flagstick, you got to be very careful. You got to sneak up on it from underneath the hole. You can't fly it back to the flagstick and expect it to stop. 227 yards today. They can vary the tee location here on this par 3. It makes it interesting. I'm guessing there'll be a front left hole location later in the week. It'll play much shorter than the 227.
3.37 the scoring average here at the third toughest hole. Only 9 birdies found today.
Yeah. House.
Closest to the pin today, Nico Echevarria, 4 feet 5 inches.
Yeah, perfect. Same kind of draw. Yes, perfect. I love it. So I'm starting to pry on that camera guy that's where the Rolex is. Yep, I love it. Feel that same shot you just hit.
Here's Wyndham.
Another one of those greens, Chantel, that slopes, the front half slopes to the front edge, the back half slopes to the back edge. So if you pitch this on top of that dividing ridge, it will run to the back edge. You really need to pitch this just short of it. Try and get it toppling over and running down. That one was not going left. That is way right.
That was both hands on the wheel, 1 foot on the brake swing, Gary.
It's amazing how that wobbly blue stuff left gets in your head right on the way down.
This will be the 10th time we see him scrambling in this round.
And now Kim.
So 227. I think you're looking to land it at about 210. That should get just short of the dividing ridge, and then we'll start moving over it. Plays downhill 7 yards. Downwind right to left, so it's the equivalent of about a 190-yard shot.
He's found half of the green so far today, Tom Kim.
Bing bong!
It's a really nice balance finish there.
Ooh. A miss hit, you think?
Well, undoubtedly, yeah. I mean, they missed his landing spot by a good 15 yards there. Steve, if you're going to earn a PGA Championship, this is quite the stretch to earn it on, isn't it?
Is it ever? This is not bridge you can't pass.
Here's Hideki. The Green Mile has certainly earned its status and title. We are back with our featured group coverage in just a moment.
The greens are green. The fairways are green. The jacket, for a few of them, is green. The mile is green. 16, 17, and 18 at Quail Hollow. The money they win for hitting a tiny white ball is green. The losers will be green with envy, and the winners will leave the green expanse of grass behind the gates of this place, reflecting in the mirrored sterling silver of a trophy strapped into the front seat like a friend.
Xander Schauffele, victorious 1 year ago, went on to win 2 major championships once he broke through. Impressive stuff. Speaking of green, this is that Green Mile stretch, and at the 17th hole, only 35% of players who have come through have hit the green in regulation. That's 49 of 135 players, Steve.
That does not surprise me, Chantel. It's just a hard shot. And it's okay to play defense. It's okay to play out to the right and try to make 3. You know, the worst you can make is 4. You just don't take the flagstick on.
Nobody in our group finding the green. Here's a Wyndham Clark short in the rough. Hideki a little bit further up. Shorter grass, and Tom Kim over in that greenside bunker where only bogeys or worse have been produced from.
So it's a shot, Chantel. It's certainly long, but the good news is the last third is downhill. So if you can get it pitched to a point, it will release down the hill towards the hole. I think this is actually a little easier than the previous bunker shot he had. I think he'll knock it closer.
Gary, he's gotten a lot of practice from bunkers today.
That's the truth. 3 for 5 out of him.
That was his 6th attempt then.
Wyndham forced to go higher here. It's quite interesting, Steve, watching how he plays these shots. He grips right at the end of the club. You'd see most players grip quite a bit further down the grip.
So he can slide the club head underneath the ball easier, and this is special. Whoa, now.
Isn't that
Excellent.
impressive to see the different types of shot he plays around the greens? It's so multi-dimensional. It's very, very impressive up close.
Well, earlier, Gary, I was asking you for a perspective on how many guys can do what Wyndham does, and you said, well, everybody essentially needs imagination to play at the highest level on the PGA Tour. But how many guys are doing that kind of stuff?
I just go back to the amount of low shots he plays. There's very few people play that shot on a consistent basis as their go-to shot. This is a fairly simple shot for Hideki. Again, you can use the slope to your benefit.
Well, Hideki, 7th best on the PGA Tour in par 3 scoring.
Well, again, a real tribute to Kerry Haig and his folks for his masterful setup here for this first round. I don't think there's been any hole locations that you would call patently unfair or inaccessible. It simply challenged the best players in the game to respond to them. But the pace of play here has certainly slowed down, Gary, in this group we've been watching.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the green mile may have something to do with that.
Well, we started this featured group coverage at 1:36 p.m. It is 6:36 p.m. just about.
So you're saying it's 5 and counting, Chantel?
For those who are keeping track.
That's right.
Steve, you'd be on your second bourbon by now, I would think. Teeing off at 1:30.
Absolutely.
There's the jailbird putter, 6 feet 6 inches here for Wyndham.
Well, this routine, Gary, is starting to get tiresome. And I don't mean to pick on him, but he's making it harder on himself. Just pick the line, stand up, and go.
It's certainly not a disaster of this hole, but after that great second shot, you would have expected to knock that one in and give you that little momentum boost, wouldn't it, going down 18, Steve?
Yeah. Making it difficult on himself. And he's at odds with himself as well, with the most difficult tee shot of the day coming up next.
So Wyndham's just snuck a little bit, looked like it snuck a little bit to the right. Which actually confused me a little bit. I thought it was going to come maybe just a little bit left. So depends what Hideki saw up close. Not outside the hole, this one. Just doesn't, it defies a little bit of gravity there, doesn't it, Steve, when you got that slope behind you that should be going towards the back edge.
I agree. I just think it's one of the most difficult greens to read on the back half of the green, to your point. Back-to-back bogeys for Hideki. Hit it over 16. Right here at 17. Failed to get him up down either time.
Boy, that's a frustrating end to the round, isn't it? Where you've not really played the best golf, but you've sort of just hung in there, given yourself an opportunity. And all of a sudden, not from anything disastrous, just a little bit off. Make a couple of bogeys, and now you've got a little bit of a struggle, especially with a tough 18th to come.
Less than 4 feet here for Tom Kim. This for par. Sandy save, and he would be the only one out of that bunker to do it. It's been an animated round for Tom Kim.
All right,
hole,
boys.
here we go.
Yeah, there's no out here. There's penalty area, the creek down the left, bunkers to the right. Further right are trees. I've seen so many players today who bail out, find themselves in the trees. Same with the second shot. Although today the flag sticks on the right back part of the green, so the penalty area to the left should not come in play, but you know it's always there.
Birdies at this par 4 closing hole. 4.3 the stroke average today, 6th toughest on property. So just a couple groups ahead. Justin Thomas, who loves this place, getting down and dirty, Steve.
Chantel, he actually got lucky. I happened to see it off camera. He pulled it left. It hit rocks inside the penalty area, bounced up above that, crawled over this rock and stopped short of the water, and was able to actually get a club on it. So count himself fortunate that he was able to have a putt for par.
That's unbelievable.
I do like the 18th. I think it's one of the great finishing holes in the entire tour and the PGA Championship.
Yeah, players very complimentary about this 3-hole stretch of golf, and certainly how 18 plays. Tom Kim with the honor, Gary.
The players would certainly prefer it not to be a left or right wind. So it's one of those ones you can steer away from that creek and it starts really going up on the wind. Takes it towards that bunker. So the bunker very much in the landing area for Tom. Just looked a little bit more static over that one, didn't he, Steve? It was a longer look.
And he double crossed it. I mean, it's a horrible swing. That may be behind the hospitality suites.
Yeah, where those fans were looking, it indicated such.
I mean, he's dry, but at what expense? At what cost? That's when Hideki and Wyndham says, I wish I hadn't seen that.
I was just about to say, I mean, obviously these are totally different wheelhouse players, but how much does that creep into Wyndham's mind going next?
Well, Wyndham's got a 3-wood.
Down that left creek line, and that's not cutting. That may well be wet.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Unbelievable. He's better off taking that driver, Gary, and hitting that big sweeping fade or slice out there.
I mean, it's still, he would hit it past that bunker with that drive, and it's still a good 30 yards wide. So, yeah, it was as well as you've been hitting it, and as reliable as that shape is, certainly I was surprised.
Just a reminder, Hideki's only found 6 fairways today, and he is coming off of back-to-back bogeys.
And that's maybe going to hang in there. Needs a soft bounce.
Couldn't quite see it from our camera angle, but wow, we've got a lot of work left here with Tom Kim and Wyndham Clark way left at the 18th hole.
It was one of the hardest holes, really, I think I've ever played. You know, I missed in a very popular spot, and I was trying to find my ball and caught myself kind of swimming a little bit.
Tom Kim.
Oh, geez.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, it's all gone wrong.
So I was told that my ball crossed the water. It was just in the mud over there, and as soon as I went in, it was kind of sketch. Once my foot got in, I was like, there's no looking back. I went full in, and it just got my shirt and everything, and there's one point where I couldn't get myself out.
I think for the first 3 minutes, it was all right. Like, I'm trying to find this ball. I'm dirty already. And the last 8 minutes were just, okay, how can I get out of here alive? I smelled for a little bit. It got bad. I was excited to shower.
That's a first, seeing a golfer take a bath in the creek.
Oh,
God, don't hurt yourself.
Someone help Tom. He's gone missing in Alex Creek.
Where is he?
Oh, there we go. All right. Okay.
It was really late in the day, so the whole group thought maybe there was no cameras up there. Seeing that many cameras on me, I knew something was off.
As Amir's Joe Scarborough looking straight ahead, seeing a camera with a red light on. They know they're on television right now.
I definitely went full in, but it didn't really help when I didn't find my ball, and I went through all that. So no, but it was a great experience.
That was a lot more entertaining than what we just saw from Justin Thomas at this hole. What you saw from Tom Kim came in 2023 at Oak Hill, and he had 3 holes left to play after that. So it wasn't just the fact that he opted to go in, literally getting down and dirty, taking a little bath after to get as much of the mud off as possible, but he still had to finish the round. That was Thursday to kick off the PGA Championship. So meanwhile, here at Quail Hollow at the 18th hole, we got a situation, Gary.
Well, Tom has taken TIO relief from behind the chalet up there on the left. He's dropped it in the area that's got a lot of foot traffic, so it's going to be trampled down. So he's actually turned out really well. So not a problem from Tom. The only problem is the distance, 218 to the flag.
And they are using a rangefinder here. And I think that's a great thing because you get out of position like this, there's no way you can scramble up in the fairway, find a yardage, walk it off, help your fellow player. So I like this.
Well, Steve, I know the PGA Tour are experimenting with, I think, 5 events this year, and see if it changes the pace of play. I hope it does.
Gosh, people were so critical, saying that that might slow down pace of play because guys would confirm their numbers. But to your point, Steve, that's the first time we've seen anybody in our group have it out, and that was because he's out of position.
Yep.
Straight left to right. Normally we can't get quite the speed. You want to take a couple off? Does that make you feel better? Okay. Start wise, buddy. Like that right flag, like 4 yards left of the hole. Yeah, in between the blue ones. That's it.
The right-hand bunker is not a bad play.
Right bunker's doable back in the way.
So the good news is I can certainly see plenty of the ball, so clean contact shouldn't be a problem.
And now Wyndham Clark is, I guess, Hideki's first to play.
Yeah, Wyndham hit it in the water, so he's taken a penalty drop. Hideki from just inside 200 yards. So he can finish with a two good swings back to back here. Maybe the best swing of the day from Hideki.
It's gorgeous. Good call, Gary. I agree.
That only his 7th green today, this opening round.
So Wyndham Clark is going to have a pretty significant hanging lie. All going to depend on the quality of the lie when he drops it.
Well, he got to place it because it bounced and rolled into the penalty area, so at least he got his hand on it. The lie's decent. Trying to make no worse than 5. He might have a putt at par.
It's now just about mitigating the poor shot off the tee and not compounding it here.
Right. I think you would describe this, the last few holes have been played at a funereal pace.
What a term.
It started left.
Gary, where did that end up?
Actually, I'm getting a point from a member of the spectators.
Up among them left of the penalty area?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I was, it just came out soft.
Well, the final 3 holes here at Quail Hollow are certainly living up to their reputation, and not in a good way.
Yeah, this has been a challenging finish for our featured group. Crazy to think that Tom Kim, 2 under par with Wyndham Clark and Hideki Matsuyama at 1 over. Nobody has played out of this bunker today but Tom Kim.
Well, Tom would have preferred to be in this front right bunker, not this one up near a pin high, because everything lands on a downslope here. So he has perfect contact. Needs that first bounce to be soft.
I didn't quite see that, Gary. What happened?
Left it in the bunker.
He did.
Just try to get a little too cute with it. You get lucky after that awful drive, and then you compound it. This is what it's all about. You put yourself in a position. The last thing you want to do is turn what would be a bogey. Wouldn't be terrible. Take double bogey here. It's going to be you kicking yourself. So same for Wyndham. So Wyndham with a good 60 yards or so.
That's his 4th shot.
That's got to sit.
Tom now with his 3rd, once again, from this greenside bunker.
This is his 4th, Chantel.
Excuse me, yes.
And you see the intricacies of that greenside bunker, that short side, everything runs away. It's almost impossible to shortstop it close to that hole.
A lot of waiting for poor Hideki, the only player hitting the screen in regulation.
Tell you what, Chantel, there will be an element of fatigue, leg fatigue at the end of this week, you know, with all the stress and the practice and the walk in and everything that comes with it. I've just walked from the grass and the fairways onto the car path and it feels completely different. So it just sort of saps your leg energy, just walking, you know, in that, especially through the rough and then maybe some softer fairways. I know these guys are in tip-top condition, but it does wear on you eventually, especially with the strain of a major championship.
It's kind of like walking in soft sand on a beach.
Yeah, I did Kiowa Island in the PGA Championship a few years ago and was walking 36 holes. I slept well.
That was a doozy of a walk.
You were there with me, weren't you, Chantel?
I will never forget that walk, in fact.
So 2 longish putts for bogeys here for Wyndham and for Tom. Meanwhile, Hideki got about a 10-11 footer for birdie. He's been waiting a long time to finish this hole.
It's like ice in the kicker, isn't it?
It is. Very appropriate.
Over 22 feet here to avoid double for Wyndham to finish.
It's a little element of speed to this one.
Good boy.
Likes it.
Oh, there you go.
Just here to keep things interesting.
Never has a bogey felt so good.
I mean, that third shot from his knees to finish with the 22-foot bogey putt. We've got great news for you, Hideki. It's your turn.
Finally.
Okay, let's make the weight worth it. It's coming just a little bit to the left down that hill.
Well, of course, a par finish. 2-putt par from 12 feet. And last but not least, 8 feet left for bogey for Tom Kim.
Yeah, this would be really good because he's played reasonably well, and if he walks away with a double here, it's not going to leave a good taste in his mouth.
Quite the tale of the nines. Tom Kim bogey free, the only player in this group to do so on the opening 9, and 3 bogeys and a double to finish this green mile. 71 is what he will sign for. Such a promising round to start. Mix in an eagle. Man, he took us for a ride. So Wyndham Clark 1 over par, Hideki Matsuyama 1 over par, and Tom Kim heads into the second round even par. Thanks for watching our ESPN Plus feature group coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship from Quail Hollow. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
It's the PGA Championship, a tournament where legends and long shots both have shined.
Can it be? Yes! Add that one to PGA Championship lore. Oh! He's done it!
Coverage continues Friday.
Gary, good job today. Great job out there. Sorry about your equipment issues. And Chantel, same to you.
Gotcha. Okay.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. There's a lot of moving parts, so thank you for working to fix it.